welcome back to part 2 of Expert Talk Extra. We are doing a marathon live stream, and don't ask me what I was thinking. My good friend is coming up next. Scott Carson sent me a text message saying, yeah, new technology, starting a live stream, not a good idea, especially in a marathon. Where was he when all this started? You know what? I'm going to ask him.
Drinking some coffee. That's what I was doing.
Over there just laughing at me, drinking some coffee, thinking she has lost her mind. But this is all your fault.
I know. You can blame me for all the issues.
You.
That's what everybody else does. So you might as well jump on that gravy train.
I mean, but you made it look so easy when you did it for the International Podcast Day. I was like, oh, that looks like so much fun. I got to get in on that. And we've been talking about doing live streams. What a better way to start a live stream. You should have texted me and smacked me upside the head digitally or something and told me I don't know.
Well, you're an expert. I mean, you're up here. You're in the summit when it comes to, you're in the rare air with all the video you do, Tigo. So that's the thing. You know what? We all have to learn. I mean, I've been lucky enough to do virtual events for years and live streamed them for going on 6 years now. We've done some, 8-hour events, 27-hour live streams with like 40 different speakers. And I get it. It's just, you know what? When you add new technology, I'm a big believer in KISS. Keep it simple, stupid, or in my term, keep it simple, Scott. Okay. So give me a Calendly link and a Zoom link, and I got it a virtual event, and then I'm golden from there. All this fancy with StreamYard or Restream, I can always hit the replay button later on after I'm done. But anyway, honored to be here today. And looking back, I've been watching some of the videos that you've been uploading. Great stuff. They're great speakers, and I'm honored to be part of the afternoon live stream.
Oh, thank you so much. And, the key to what you just said is video. See, video, there's a little thing called cutting and editing, and, you get to, pick out the stuff that you want to do. When it's live, it's live. You can't hide it. You can't. If I'm wrinkled, people just leave me wrinkled, okay? If there's something wrong, I can't leave for 4 more hours. I am right here, I should. I got Rhino Julie's coming up later, and she said she'd be my sidekick, and I'm like, I should have taken her up on that one, because hello. But let's talk about the Note Guy, or as I know you and love you so, the Note Jedi. Let's talk about what you do, how you do it. You are a real estate expert of sorts. You're a different kind of real estate expert.
Yeah, I mean, for the last 12 years, I've been the kind of an expert in buying and investing in distressed debt, distressed mortgages. Obviously, we went through the Great Recession back 12 years ago with 15 million American homeowners underwater who owed more than their house than what it was worth. Mm-hmm. And we're not quite there yet, but that's what I've made a name for myself, as being the Note Guy, because I embrace video. I believe we're all in the media business to begin with, so I treated a lot of my content as a media outlet, sharing daily activities, sharing little blogs, little Facebook lives. When we had this, I used to work on a flip camera from Dell. If you remember the flip cameras back in the day, I've still got 2 of them floating around here somewhere. But just sharing my struggles on a day in, day out basis is just being an average Joe, struggling like most entrepreneurs to find their way in this crazy, chaotic space at the time. And that's just evolved over the last, like I said, 12 years, where I'm an expert in my industry. We've got a podcast called The Note Closer Show that we just surpassed the 1 million download mark in the last 3 years.
Dang.
Wow. A lot of video. And then that's the thing. It's just, we deliver content. I'm a real guy. I make mistakes. It ain't perfect. I'm sweating. I mean, you should see my haircut. This looks good now, but without the gel, it looks like a rooster top. It looks horrible. It's the worst haircut ever. Thank God I got enough gel in here. Don't let me near an open flame, though.
Okay, if I see a T-shirt with the Note Rooster on it, I'm gonna hurt you. I'm gonna hurt you. So you came on Expert Talk, and everybody can go and check it out. Let me. I'll drop the banner up there so you know where to go. But you came on Expert Talk not too long ago and was a guest, and I want to thank you for that. And you're actually a part of our summit because you teach what you do. So let's go back a little bit and talk about exactly what it is you do. You are the note guy. And what's a note? Because you're not singing. I don't think you sing.
La-di-da-di. No,
Oh,
we
okay.
like the potty hottie. Now, the note business is basically we buy debt. We buy mortgages on residential, commercial properties. We buy it direct from banks. So we're not dealing with technically the public. Like I'm not a realtor. I'm not a mortgage broker. I mean, even though I was a mortgage banker back in the day before I got into what I'm doing now, but we're actually buying debt from the banks. That's where somebody hasn't paid in 6 months to 6 years a lot of times. We buy that debt at a substantial discount because the bank or the lending institution wants to get something now and let us deal with their nightmares or their headaches. And we make our money because we all love money. All right. We like to do good though. Our biggest goal in making money is to reach back out to the borrower and say, hey, Mr. Smith, Mr. Jones, whatever it is, we know you've been through a rough time. Do you want to stay or do you want to go? Because if you want to stay, pay, stay. You've got to come up with something. We got to come up with some sort of plan. But since we buy the debt at big discounts, it gives us a lot of flexibility to really create a win-win scenario in keeping people in their house. So we may need to modify their loan. We may offer them cash to walk away if they can't come up with a payment plan that makes sense on both sides. There's a lot of things that we do. I have a borrower that reached out today who hasn't paid in 6 months because everything going on with COVID. And we're actually going to forgive about 10 grand off of her loan.
Wow.
And she's actually worked out a payoff plan. And I'm like, I'll take a little bit of loss of what you owe because I bought the debt at 30 cents on the dollar. I'm willing to give you 10 cents of the full amount.
Wait. 30 cents on the dollar. Somebody right now is going, I want to get in that business. You bought it at 30 cents on the dollar. Is that normal or is that because of the situation we're in right now with COVID?
She hadn't paid in quite a while. So let's just put it that way. She hadn't paid. And the further behind somebody is on their mortgage, the steeper the discount we can get by buying that debt. Okay. So we bought her loan a year ago at 30 cents on the dollar. She paid for a while. We got her back on track. And then she basically hit the COVID wagon like anybody else, got laid off and is back to work. But she's put together some money from friends and family to pay off her loan. And I'm like, oh, that's fine. She owed 60. We paid 20 for it. Her house was worth about 80. And she was behind and she wanted to stay in the house because she had this equity. So we were willing to work with her. She's paid on time for a while, then got laid off 6 months again behind. So I think we're going to end up accepting 45, something like that from her. And still like double our money, but also it's a good win for her too. She gets to keep her home and she's also gets a discount what she owes.
Now, they can't just call you because we had you on the show and we talked about this and you said, no, you cannot just call me and say, come by my house. So how do they, if they're in a stressful situation, which a lot of people throughout the United States and the world is right now, how do they find out if that's even an option or can they even find out if it's an option?
It's not, a bank is not going to sell you your note at a discount, especially like if I call Chase Bank, who owns my mortgage, they're not going to sell to me at a discount. They just don't do that. Now, that's why I don't deal with the borrowers on the front end. We deal directly with banks. So banks send us lists of their loans that are in default or distress, whether it's residential, commercial property. We get lists on a monthly or quarterly basis from a variety, and we cherry pick those lists or we'll buy in bulk. And then one of the things that we do is if anybody's ever bought a house and got a mortgage, usually about 30 days later, they got a letter in the mail saying their mortgage had been sold, right? Mm-hmm. You're not paying ABC Bank. You're now paying Wachovia or Wells Fargo, whoever else might be, or some other institution. So here's the thing. If you are behind on your mortgage, I'll give you a little trick here. If you are behind your mortgage, haven't paid a few months, and suddenly you do get a letter that your mortgage has been sold, it's probably sold at a discount. I would call the new lender and try to negotiate a reduced payoff at that point. Okay. But if you are on time, the bank's not going to sell you your loan at a discount. They're going to keep it because you're on time. So I'm not telling you to go out and not pay. But if you get one of those letters that your mortgage has been sold, as long as it's not a government-backed loan or anything like that, and you get some off-the-wall name that you're not familiar with, or an LLC or something like that, it's probably an investor that bought your mortgage, and he or she would probably be willing to negotiate a short payoff within and forgive some of that debt if you're willing to come to the table, can come to the table and either pay off or come and want to do a loan modification at that time.
So with everything going on with COVID, I've heard, all kinds of things like in December or something, it's going to be over. You're going to have to start paying your mortgage, blah, blah, blah. What's going to happen if somebody just did not pay? They said, I don't have to pay my mortgage right now. So they haven't paid their mortgage since March. And then in December, let's say that stops and the mortgage company can start collecting. Are they going to starting with December, or are they going back to March?
It all depends,
Okay.
Tigo. Now, if it's a government-backed loan, like a Fannie, Freddie, Ginnie Mac, or something like that, no surprise, they're actually willing to give people another 6 months of forbearance agreements. Most people don't know that. So if it's a government-backed loan, you could squeeze another 6 months out of non-payment. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. If you can pay your mortgage, pay your mortgage.
Right.
Because they'll often be willing to say, okay, so we're starting fresh now. We're just going to take the 6 months and add it to the back end of your loan. That's what's going to happen the majority of time, especially on owner-occupied loans and government-backed loans. It's the investor loans, the second loans, investment properties that aren't government-backed, that are facing foreclosure starts. They're facing, evictions if you're renting. But if you are renting and the house you're renting is a government-backed loan on it, your landlord can't evict you because they're not being forced to pay their mortgage either. So who knows? Something could happen. There could be something like what happened years ago where they came up with the hardest hit funds, where they identified the 18 hardest hit states in the country with foreclosures and the mortgage meltdown 10 years ago. And they put billions of dollars into those states to incentivize them to give borrowers loan modifications. So literally giving servicing companies or mortgage companies money to do a loan mod. We may have that happen again. We've had one that is actually expiring December 31st that's been around for 10 years. So depending on who gets elected, we may see something like that. Who knows? I would be willing to bet that if Trump gets elected, he probably would put something like that, let the hardest hit fund end. That's from the Bush and Obama administrations, and coming up and kind of recalibrating and seeing what new states are being hit the hardest. It's what I expect to kind of happen, but who knows? As I talk to bankers on a daily basis, many of them are sitting around waiting and seeing what's going on, what's going to happen in the market these days.
So, I mean, we're doing a very short interview. I know you got a really busy schedule, and I'm so happy you could come by and just kind of hang out for a few minutes. But we did interview you not too long ago. So if people go and check out that interview, we go into your history, how you got into this. But I know right now somebody is going, I want to do what that guy does. And you teach this. That's why I mentioned you're in the summit, because you actually gave a course for the summit to put into the summit. How do they get in touch with you? How do they find out if they can be, the next Note Jedi?
So this is not for everybody. It is a little bit, it's not a get rich quick. It takes time and buying debt. You've got some things you need put in place here, but we have a lot of investors that are tired of being landlords, or they're tired of toilets, tenants, and trash outs. They want to get something a little bit more passivity where they don't have to deal with, paint and carpet. And so notes are a great way to build cash flow and wealth. I mean, that's why banks are the biggest. They understand arbitrage. They'll gladly give you half a point for your savings while they go out and lend it at 8 to 18% and make the money in between. So if you're interested, reach out to me at weclosenotes.com. If you go to like I said, I have a 1-day kind of dip your toe in the waters training called Note Weekend. If you go to noteweekend.com and use the discount code TGO, TGO, it'll give you that for free, and that's a $99 value.
So special.
You are special.
I feel so special. So real quick, your radio show, when is it on? How do they catch it? Because you're actually syndicated. You're doing internet radio. So when is it on? How do they catch it?
Easiest thing is just to go to weclosenotes.com, and you'll be able to download every episode we do. We've had the podcast for 3 years now, so it's the Note Closers Show. We're on radio.com and all sorts of internet radio, basically any type of radio or podcasting platform. You can listen to the show at your favorite podcasting platform. So it's called the Note Closers Show is our main one. Or you can always find that at our main website, weclosenotes.com.
You are the best. I thank you so much, sir, for stopping by, hanging out, answering my call. Because it's like, hey, you want to go? He said, sure. As he's sitting over there laughing, going, watch what she gets into. Yeah, you could.
Hey, you know what? The hardest step on any journey is the first step. And
if you miss the curb, you hit your face.
Now it's not going to be hard. Yeah, you're going to hit your face, but you can't fall backwards by falling on your face. You can only fall forward. Fail forward, everybody.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'll see you soon. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks. Bye.
Hi, are you a business owner, an entrepreneur, or starting your own business and wish you had an opportunity to sit down with an expert in your field? Well, check your local listings and watch Expert Talk with Tigo. I'm Tigo, and I'll talk to you very soon. So coming up next, we have Steve Larson. He is supposed to be here, so I am checking my phone to make sure I don't have a message from him saying that there is an issue. But I don't see anything from him. So hopefully he'll be showing up here pretty soon. I just want to talk with you a little bit about what you've seen, what's been happening, what's coming up, throughout the rest of the day, and the purpose for doing this. The purpose for doing this at all, period, was because, I wanted to share the messages of experts. And getting an expert on Ellen or CNBC is kind of hard to do unless, of course, you ran naked down, the 101 or something in LA. But to actually be able to share your message on a national or international platform, there's not many of them out there, if at all. And I wanted to be able to do that. So that's why we started Expert Talk with Tigo, and we've expanded into live streaming with Expert Talk Xtra. And coming up next, we have Mr. Steve Larson. He just came in. I'm going to add him in, and we're going to get to talk to this young man.
How's it going?
Steve, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
I wore red because somehow I knew you'd be in red.
Red or black, those are the two.
I had a 50-50 shot, and the room is black, so I was going to get it anyway. So I know who you are. I know that you are the launch expert. You are, one of the most educated people when it comes out of 2 except for Mr. Russell Brunson himself. But I wanted to give, you an opportunity to just kind of tell people a little bit about your story, what you do and who you are, and why that says capitalist pig on the back. We're going to talk about that later.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for having me on. I started out just wanting to be an entrepreneur, and from a pretty young age, I was selling a lot of just random stuff and never made a business out of it for a while. And, and then in college, I went through a lot of tries, a lot of attempts. First the product wouldn't be good, or the product would be good and the business would be bad, or the product would be good and the marketing would be terrible, or whatever. It took me a while to realize all the pieces that have to fit together in order to actually play the game. I went through 34 product tries over 5 years, and any sane person gets a job at that point.
Yeah, we're not saying.
I don't know. I just wanted it. I wanted it really bad, and it was for a lot of reasons, but I mostly wanted to just prove to myself that I could do it,
Mm-hmm.
And so I went and I kept building stuff, putting things together, and it worked a little bit to varying degrees. The next one. I ended up working for Russell Brunson, and I couldn't afford to go to his event, so I started trading these internet sales funnels, sales websites is another way to say it, for plane tickets to his event. And I would build another one and say, hey, don't pay me. Instead buy the event ticket or the hotel night or whatever. And I ended up kind of bootstrapping my way there. And I was enough of a nerd at their software by the time I got there. They knew who I was and offered me a job. That's kind of how it happened.
I mean, you just mentioned the word bootstrapping, and you are in our summit, and I want to thank you for that. We did move the date for the summit because there are quite a few people that are dropping a summit at the end of October, and I didn't want to compete with them. And sure. I'm a guest on their summit, and I'm like, no, I want to support them. I want to promote their summit. So I moved ours a little bit further behind everybody else. So we're November 16th to the 18th, but you are there. Woo. And I'm super excited about it because you do come in and tell people, just how you go more detailed into how you bootstrap. But right now I got a bone to pick with you, young man.
Bring it on.
This week was supposed to be my rest week. I'm like, I'm going to do this marathon. And then I'm good my show out for the week, and that's it. But no, I have your latest package. And I thought it was going to be something I could just slip into, watch a couple of hours of, and go, yeah, I know that. You got really cool people and topics and subjects. And it's like addictive. You need popcorn and just really. I didn't know that. So can we talk about, what your new package is, what your new launch is, and what you're doing?
I actually put so much stuff out. I'm not quite sure which one you're talking about yet.
I'm talking about the one where it's the last offer you have.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that
good
one.
stuff.
Yeah, that one is good. Good. So all your stuff is good, but that one is good stuff. Let's talk
Yeah,
about
your
that one.
final offer. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I wanted to go do a summit. Thanks, I appreciate bringing that up. But the problem is that most people, when they go do a summit or they name a product, they'll name it something to the effect of, offer summit. And it's just not interesting. It's a title, not a headline. That's a title, not a hook. And so I was like, one of the fastest ways you can get someone interested in you is to put them in a cool scenario. And especially for activities that are for cheaper, kind of bottom of the value ladder things. I was like, all right, let's think about this. So the hook was, if the doctor said you got to stop working in 90 days or you're going to die, what would your final offer be that would fund the rest of your life? And that's a pretty serious question. I understand it could actually be sensitive, but it's a conceivable scenario. And so I thought it'd be neat to make that scenario and then go bring it in front of a whole bunch of internet millionaires or people who've made $1 million online and have them answer that scenario. And
they answer it truthfully and honestly, and it's like they're not holding back. It's not a used car sales pitch. You come in and go, all you got to do is these 4 things, and I'll tell you next week, and they never tell you. That it's really, really, really good. And I'm sitting there going, this man, I thought he was becoming my friend. I'm gonna be up all night going, what's my last launch? What am I thinking? You are a genius when it comes to this launch stuff, man. I mean, I'm watching all your stuff. You got a new building coming now. I saw that. You're on air like more than I am, which is a lot. And that's why I'm doing live stream. Like, he's not leaving me in the dust. I got to go do live stream now.
Nice.
So can you tell people how they can find you, what shows you're doing, where you're found, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I've got several shows out online now. The first one was Sales Funnel Radio, and that kind of documented my journey from broke, negative cash flow to 5 million. And then I stopped the show and we started, I have a lot of shows, but the major one right now is called Launch for Profit. And it focuses on launching strategies online. It's a lot of fun.
Okay, so it focuses on launching strategies online. You can cover that in a seminar or a webinar, which I'm sure you will. But how do you make that an actual show where you're bringing in other topics around it? How does that work?
So if you listen to the intro in it, I'm picking a bone with the fact that we think internet equals marketing, and that's really not. Or posting on Facebook is marketing. That is not marketing. That's a way to do marketing, but it's not marketing itself. And I like to kind of pick the bone with the industry that we all play in and say, like, let's go act like these rich dead marketers were alive today. Think about what they had to go do to sell because the internet didn't exist. They had all kinds of crazy strategies to get lots of attention and noise in their direction. And now that you learn those, now let's apply the internet. And now the internet is no longer a crutch, And so that's really what the focus of the show is me showing what those patterns are, teaching what a lot of my campaigns are. It's been fun. It's kind of a unique angle on marketing, but it's fun.
So you tell this story about, having a Russell Brunson book in one hand, a rifle in the other, because he's prior Navy before you guys go running telling the cops, okay? Or I should say prior Army. I'm prior Navy.
Oh, cool.
And what's the difference? Like, when I think about my military career, it gave me a really strong foundation for everything else that I do, you know? But how does it compare to what you were thinking when you started this journey? Did you go, it's nothing like I thought it would be, or is it exactly what you thought it would be?
I don't know. I've told a lot of my friends I suffer from insatiable curiosity. So I just want to know what stuff looks like. And so, I was in a training. It was not, nothing was happening, but it's 10 days in the dirt. Man, I had Russell Brunson's .com secrets in one hand in the prone with my M16 in my other, and I'd lay down the weapon, take out the little pen from the pen holder, pick it back up before a drill sergeant would come by. And that's how I read that first book. And it changed my life. And I thought that marketing back then was as simple as buying some ads.
Yeah.
I thought it was as simple as build funnel, turn ads on. And in essence, it is. But by understanding really what's going on underneath the hood, you make it a lot easier to actually pull off successfully. So that's the reason for the whole capitalist pig thing. You talked about that at the beginning.
Yeah.
One of my favorite moves, in fact, I was at these guys are like a multi-$100 million real estate company, and I was over there with them this last week, and I was pulling just the same moves, and we were trying to find something they could ride the noise behind. I was like, I didn't create the capitalism versus socialism thing, but I'm just taking a stand on something I truly believe and riding the waves. I didn't understand when I first read those books. As a marketer, you really only have two options. You can either create noise, and it's very costly. It's mentally very taxing. I mean, you have deep pockets or deep willpower. The second option, though, is simply to align with where it's already noisy.
Yeah.
And so, socialism versus capitalism is an argument that is getting even louder in our day and age right now. So I was like, well, I'll make a stand. I believe that. I'm going to put it on a shirt. We're going to sell a shirt, then on the back of that noise, I can sell my products. And it's faster than me doing the first option, which is just the equivalent of standing on a street corner yelling,
making a whole lot of noise.
Yeah.
With people that really don't want to hear it because they don't even know what you're talking about. They're like, what are you yelling about?
Yeah. It's faster marketing. It's really cool.
Yeah, it's faster marketing. Before I let you get out of here, because I know that thank you so much for coming, because your schedule is way crazier than mine. I know people are watching. They're going, well, of course he can do that. He can come up with all kinds of shows and products and blah, 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 because he has a team. He has, all the time in the world. You do not. All of that kind of stuff. But they're going, I got to take care of the family. I got to work my job. When am I supposed to find time to start this dream career? What would you tell somebody with that?
It's a valid question. I don't have
I love stumping you. You know that, right? I literally love stumping you.
Yeah, no, I'm a fan. What I'm saying is I don't really believe in balance because who can define it? No one can define it. When do you know you've achieved life balance? And so I think that we end up chasing this facade that I don't even know if I'm hitting it or not. And so I have a hard time, like if you literally want to live your life where it's you do the exact same thing every day, day in and day out, like, yes, I think you can have a little more, but a lot of entrepreneurship is just not that way. You're rolling with the punches. There's a new marketing thing coming out. Do you know what's happening over there? Okay, let's get a new product out. It's very, I had a teacher in college sit me down and he's like, what do you want to do? I was like, I don't know. I could go in supply chain. I also like finance a lot. Coding was kind of interesting. And he's like, no, none of those. You need to be a marketer. And I was like, I honestly made fun of marketing. I was like, nah, it seems so dumb. Those guys, they don't have a real career. Are you kidding me? Like, that's kind of the weak way out, And he was like, no, marketers are solving new problems at a sickening pace, Steve. And he's like, you'd be good at that. So if you're just starting out, the first thing I would say is to take note of the fact that you may not feel like you're balanced, because you probably won't be. I don't know anything that doesn't make a lot of money without a lot of obsession behind it. It's just, and then I'd say the other part to that, though, that doesn't mean you always need to be glued to your chair. Constraint creates amazing systems. My dad, I asked him for money once when I just didn't have any cash, and I was in college, couldn't feed my family. And we were getting right to that bottom of the wallet barrel there. We had no cash. And I was like, Dad, can you throw me some cash? And he goes, son, no. He says, if I give you this money now, you will not exhaust the resources you didn't know you had. Those are his exact words. And what it taught me was how to be resourceful with not much resources. And it taught me how to, honestly, kind of pony up, frankly, and just get at it. Like, no one's coming to save me. And that's a really important thing for people to realize when they're going to go be an entrepreneur. No one's coming to save you. And so it's all on your shoulders. And while that's freaky, it's also liberating. And she's like, oh, I own every one of my good and bad outcomes. And that's one of the big secrets. And so if you're like, I only have so much time, I'm the same. I built my stuff in 2 to 3 hours every single day. That was all I could scrape out, 2 or 3 hours a day. And yeah.
I gotta thank you. I can't think of a better point to end this short interview. And I thank you for answering my call again. You come right in and answer my call. I'm going to tell everybody out there, if you're trying to find Steve, hashtag his name on Google and he will come running at you so you can see all of his products and all of his services. Get on this man's list, especially if you're in business, starting business, growing business. He definitely can help you kind of navigate your course. He is definitely helping me. I thank you, sir. I am a total fan and you are totally one of my mentors. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Tigo. Appreciate it.
See you soon.
We'll see you.
Bye-bye. So coming up next, we have Cinnamon. And what can I tell you about Cinnamon? Other than her name sounds so sweet, and she is too, but she's been an entrepreneur for most of her life. And whenever I talk to her, I just sit here and go, whoa, really? So get ready to go, whoa, because here comes Cinnamon. So sit right there. We'll be right back. Hi, are you a business owner, an entrepreneur, or starting your own business and wish you had an opportunity to sit down with an expert in your field? Well, check your local listings and watch Expert Talk with Tigo. I'm Tigo, and I'll talk to you very soon. Here comes Cinnamon. Hey, Cinnamon, how are you?
Hello, I'm great.
Welcome
Especially
to the
after
madness.
listening to your last guest.
Yeah, he's cool, huh?
Yeah, he's really cool. I feel like we're related.
So let's talk about, because you have the greatest name to be a chef, but you are not a chef as far as I know as of
Not
yet.
yet.
It may be a new business for you, knowing you. You know, it's like, get the notepad out. This may be new. But you have been in business for yourself pretty much the majority of your life, correct?
Yeah, more than 20, if I'm
Wow.
old enough to say that.
Yeah, you know, you're 22, so that's okay. You started right after diapers. I understand. So let's talk about your main gig, and then we're going to get into, you know, you being an author and all the other stuff you've done.
Mm-hmm.
What business do you own and what do you do?
Yeah, so my main gig, I call it my day job, is called A19. And that is a lighting manufacturing company. We make ceramic lighting fixtures. I call it artisan manufacturing, specializing in wall sconces and pendants. And like I said, that's my day gig.
And your coolest website ever is A19, literally A19.
A19.com.
I
Yeah,
said,
that's easy. The letter A, the number 19.
that is the coolest website ever. How did she get that? Who does she know? She must know Oprah. You know, it's like, how did she do that? But your products are awesome. And you shared something with me not too long ago, because you were also on the summit and you are, you know, recently you were on Expert Talk with Tigo, and I appreciate that. But you shared something with me that you've been doing this for a while, but your actual products, you could actually get one of these products and have it for many, many years, if not a lifetime, correct?
Right. Yeah. When I started my business with sales reps, they said, well, you know, Cinnamon, the problem with your product is it lasts forever. From a business perspective, sometimes you want it to need to be replaced every 2 years.
I mean, you have some beautiful stuff, and, you know, people need to go out to A19 and check it out, but you've owned other businesses as well. You've owned a gym or a chain of.
Fitness franchise.
Yeah, you own a franchise and you decided to close that. You're an award-winning author. You know, let's start with the gym.
Okay.
You got tired of the gym owner and decided you just wanted to own it?
No. So what's funny is that I owned a fitness franchise because my mom wanted me to exercise with her. And so I just went to a convention one day and was like, well, I can do that. And so I did that for 15 years. And I owned my lighting company that entire time also. And I had founded an art gallery also, but I was single during that time. I was not married. Okay. And so the transition was I took on a challenge from a life coach to find a husband in a year. And so that was like this, if you learn to know me, I like to play big and I like to make games. And so the transition out of the fitness industry was because I took on a husband instead. I don't have any regrets, but I didn't necessarily need to sell that business either. It really was a result of taking advice from friends and family who thought that I couldn't be a stepmom and an entrepreneur owning 3 businesses and, everything at the same time. And so that was really why I sold the fitness franchise. But I loved it. It was fun. It was great.
So that brings up the comment or the thought in my head of,
Mm-hmm.
there's 1,000 thoughts running through my head right now, but that brings up multitasking. I kind of touched on it a little bit with Steve in this prior interview, but people are thinking you and I, we got 15 roads running at the same time and we just like the one we want to like. Whereas other people, they have a harder time getting off one track and getting onto the next track. What would you say would be a good tip for somebody to get out of their fear and just try multitasking?
Yeah. Well, so for one, multitasking is you're jumping from one task to another task. You're not actually
It's more
doing
like
them.
simultasking, huh?
Yeah. But really, I say the best way is whatever resonates as true and is a good fit for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is I think more people, rather than doing multiple things, they don't even do one thing. They think about it before they jump. I call it jumping off the cliff, because it's like you just commit and you make it work. So for me, that's why I said I don't know if it was really necessary or the best decision to sell the fitness business, because I really thrived in that setting. I loved that. Now, for other people, maybe the advice of only have one business, one husband. Now, I do like the one husband advice.
Okay,
right? But multiple businesses, one husband is more the fit for me. So, thanks for laughing. I think I'm funny sometimes.
That was funny. Yeah, you are funny at times. So let's talk about your book, because you are an author. What's the title of your book? What's it about?
Oh, I happen to have it here. How convenient.
There you go. Right? Yeah, let's go.
So the book is called Generating Your Own Happiness. It's available everywhere books are sold. And it's about generating for yourself whatever you want for yourself in your life. And I believe that happiness, really understanding yourself and your human behavior, and how things work in your mind. I call them like the monkeys talking in your head. When you have that understanding and you can, the emotional intelligence, and you can generate your own happiness, then you can be that much more successful at everything you do in your life. So I really think of my book as your prerequisite to having anything you want in your life.
So if, you hear people say, they're not lucky. Luck doesn't come at my door. Good fortune doesn't hit my door. These are people waiting for this stuff to come to them.
Exactly.
And what I'm hearing from you is the exact opposite, correct?
Right. So if you live like, you've heard the concept of limiting beliefs. If you live like life is happening to you, then you don't have any power. Right. But if you put yourself in the driver's seat, or you take the horse by the reins and you're generative and you're taking responsibility and ownership for things, and that's where you have power. Right. And life is really a choice. And that's not at all to discount circumstances. Like there are some serious circumstances that people deal with, but we still get to choose if we have what I call like the game on mindset in difficult circumstances, or if we're going to have more of a victim mindset, like, oh, I'm helpless, So yeah, one of the things that really works for me is I have this playful personality. You heard me say like, whatever's the right fit for you. Mm-hmm. So when there's a challenge, I have that like, game on, bring it. It's another obstacle. Like, we're playing the game. What kind of card are you going to throw my way? And so that's really what works for me.
So if somebody is sitting there looking at this and they're going, yeah, she can say that. She doesn't have any fears. She's done this forever. Nothing stops her. But I'm scared to go out there. What do you say? Because I know we've talked about this before. We talked about it in your interview. I know you've had fears. How do you address fear?
Do it anyway. The fear doesn't go away, but I tell myself it's excitement. And then you do it anyway, right? It's like getting on the roller coaster. You choose to put yourself in that seat and be terrified, but that's where the thrill is. So, eat or don't, but don't say you want to and not.
Yeah, this is
right.
true. So
it's like you're going to do it or you're not going to do it.
Exactly. And one of the things with everything else you got going on, you managed to cut a couple of hours out of your day and you actually work and volunteer at SCORE. You help businesses get their business going. So somebody walks in the door and they've got an idea written on a napkin. And
that's how I started, on a napkin.
And the napkin is yellow now because they've had it for so long. And they go, this is my last choice. I'm coming here. Should I do this? Should I not? What are you telling that person?
Well, it's interesting. In the context of SCORE and writing a business plan, part of the process of planning is getting to a yes or a no, right? If you do the work, it is totally respectable to work on the entire plan and be able to look and say, this business just isn't feasible. It's not the right thing to do, right? But that's very different than not taking action because of fear or reservations. If you know that you've done the work and you're excited about the idea, then that's when you do it. You commit, right? So that's where, for me, all of the things I've ever started is because I put myself in a position where I must. I'm so committed that you can't backtrack anymore. People are expecting things of me.
So if somebody comes in and they have that napkin, that yellow napkin that you look at, and you look at the idea, you sit down and talk with them, and this just will not work. How hard is it for you to tell them, you might want to rethink this one? Yeah,
that's not hard. It's like I said, it's totally respectable. It's not going to work. No. In fact, I have more respect for someone who can say that, right, for themselves and for somebody else too that says it's not going to work. Now, if you're going to do it anyway, that's okay. That's okay.
Now, what about the opposite? When they think it won't work, but you look at it and go, this is brilliant. And they're holding themselves back.
Then watch out, because if you're not going to, somebody else will.
And it might be cinnamon.
No, I'm not going to steal your ideas.
No, I'm kidding. Where do they find your book? Where do they find it? We didn't talk about that.
Where do they find my book? Is that what you said? Yeah, so everywhere book is sold, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, whatever your favorite bookseller is.
And what do you expect to get out of your book when you sit down with it? When I pick that book up and I open that cover, the journey I'm about to start, where am I going on this journey?
Yeah, well, so I have a character in the book. Her name is Sally. Now, it doesn't have to be a female character, but because I've had plenty of men read the book who get about to chapter 8 and they say, I'm Sally. So that's really, yeah. Fred might be Sally. What I think that really, from what people are telling me, what they're getting out of the book, is that you see a part of yourself reflecting back that you didn't know you had. Okay. And then with knowledge is power. It's like, whoa, I really do that. I do that. And you might get challenged a little bit. At the end of every chapter, there are exercises where I say, let's play, right? So that exactly what you were saying is, how do you tell somebody if it's a good idea to do it or not a good idea? It's really just a matter of taking action and applying your inspiration, your motivation, what you're reading in my book, what you're getting from this talk. Like, are you just going to listen to it, talk about it, or are you going to do something about it? So you're going to definitely feel challenged. Give the book away at the end. It says, tag, you're it.
So what's next for you? What's coming up next for Cinnamon? Because you do not sit still. There's no dust on Cinnamon. What's next? I
don't. So I just launched my YouTube channel. So that's what's new. You can find my show is called Secret Spice. Brand new. So you can like me and play there. You get a cinnamon challenge at the end of every episode there. I am on the Workforce Development Board, still very active with SCORE. If you are very new to business and you want help along the planning process, you can find us there. We're doing business series, like a 6-week series, working workshops where it's not just information, but you're actually working through your mission and your vision and your financials and your marketing and everything all in one place. And then I do coaching also on a limited application basis because I've got a lot going on. I'm working, so to answer your question, a lot, and I'm in the 5-year transition. My business is located in Southern California. I'm in a 5-year plan of transition from being full-time lighting manufacturer to living in my beach house. So I'm in the process of redesigning my businesses for myself and my lifestyle.
I want to thank you so much for stopping by. You have a busy schedule as well. And every time I call, Cinnamon comes running. She's like, I got you. I'll be there. And I appreciate you. I appreciate you for sharing here, sharing on the show, sharing in the summit. You're a wealth of knowledge, and I'm just proud to call you my friend. Thank you so much for coming
Thank
today.
you so much.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, coming up next, you've heard me mention her, I don't know, probably 10 times today. Coming up next is Rhino Julie. We're going to find out why we call her Rhino Julie and what she's doing, but we're going to bring her right up right now. Rhino Julie, there you are. Yay.
Hey, my new friend. I told my parents at Sunday lunch, I said, I made a new friend and we're going to be talking on Monday. So you better tune in.
Hi, Mom and Dad. I hope you're out there. So let's talk about where this whole Rhino comes from. Rhino Julie, you got it on your shirt. I believe it's on your truck. You know, what is it all about? What does Rhino Julie mean?
Well, Tigo, I come from a long line of entrepreneurs, and I know that wasn't your question, but I swear I'm going to answer it.
I know you will.
When I was 17, I started my first business following the footsteps of all of those who had gone, before me. And at 21 years old, my rear end had spread just about as much as my business had. And I hit the lowest point. Seriously, okay, I'm being serious right now. I hit the lowest point. Now you can laugh though. I had ever hit in my life. And, I felt like if I could just fix that problem, if I could claim command over my body, then I could have just control over my relationships and over my business and over all of the other stresses. Mm-hmm. And so that's when I started my gyms. And so now I have 3 gyms in Las Vegas. But here's the thing, it didn't stop there. Like, it has been an up and down cycle for the last 16 years. And it always affects my business when I'm not taking care of myself. And so to me, Rhino Julie and Rhino, it stands for claiming command over your body once and for all, so you can claim command over the rest of your life and the other aspects of your life. And to me, the Rhino is just so special. We say Rhino tough at the end of every workout, and rhinos have thick skin. You know all of that about them, but you might not know that they love to play with other rhinos, and they also love food and fun. So it pretty much describes us.
So basically, I'm Rhino Teresa, Rhino Tigo. I need a Rhino shirt now because fun and food. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's all me. So let's talk about this. You do love fitness. You do have your gyms, but we're not talking about little neighborhood gyms that are in a shopping mall somewhere that are closet size. I mean, you have actual gyms. And then you decided, because most gym chains, quote unquote, they have one thing. They do certain kind of fitness, they do a certain kind of yoga. That is it. Each one of your gyms are different. They're not the same Rhino. So can you share a little bit about your gyms?
Yes. So I don't like to pay attention to anything for very long. And so I have jumped from doing the obstacle course races and the extreme stuff to trying CrossFit. There's a documentary about me trying to go to the CrossFit games. And I like to have a coach tell me what to do. I like to have fun, and I like to see results from whatever I'm doing. And because of that, my gyms have a lot going on. We have a Ninja Warrior gym, and then the other 2 gyms have personal training, but then they have 2 types of group classes, both of which are really fun. One is more boot camp style, and one is more like lifting and weightlifting and cardio style. But I like that I can jump around to the different classes. But speaking of not being able to pay attention for something very long, recently, when we shut down because of COVID, we were shut down for 72 days. Mm-hmm. And I couldn't go into my gyms because our members weren't, allowed to be there. And I just didn't feel good about going in there just by myself. It just wasn't the same. And so while I was out of the gyms, I gained 19 pounds, which
Wow.
was kind of awesome because then I got to go back. It's been so long since I've been there. So I got to go back and feel those feelings again. But it sparked me to join some of our own programs that I hadn't joined. I have 21 expert team members. They're amazing. And they build programs that are really awesome. So I joined one, and it sparked us to design an online system for everybody to get achievements and milestones. And of course, it's called the Rhino Command System.
Of course, it's called the Rhino Command System.
But for people like me who don't like to focus, we need milestones and achievements, and we always need to keep climbing and keep reaching for the next thing. So that's kind of what we built.
But come on, we gotta go in. You can't just leave it there. You are doing an entire system that is not just physical gym based, correct?
Yes, no, it's for anybody in the entire world, yes, to be a part of. And I am so incredibly excited about it because anybody can join, and they're mentored through the Rhino Command System. And the idea is once you graduate, some people graduate sooner, some people graduate later. But once you graduate, you've officially claimed command over your body and also your mindset. That's definitely part of it. And it allows you to really just go and supercharge every other aspect of your life. So that's the idea of it. It should take most people about 6 months to a year to get through it. And we had our first person that modeled the program. And she said that for the first time in her life, she's almost 40. And for the first time in her life, she doesn't feel fat. It's a big deal.
That is a humongous deal.
Yeah.
That is a humongous deal. I think I've had that moment never since I got out of the military. I mean, I've had the less feeling fat, but not just not feeling fat. That's a humongous statement right there. That's really cool.
Do you want to know how much even cooler it is, Tigo?
Okay, I'm listening.
She's been way smaller before, but this is the first time she doesn't feel fat.
So it's not just physical, it's emotional, spiritual, all the way around. She doesn't. That's really, really cool. Now we're going to shift gears on you. First, we got to tell people how to find this program, how to find your gyms. If they're in Vegas, where do they go? Tell them that, and then we're going to shift gears on them.
If you're in Vegas, go to camprhino.com. If you're not in Vegas, follow Rhino Julie on Facebook or Instagram or YouTube. And I will be telling you all kinds of stuff, sharing lots of vulnerable personal things, but also showing you the roadmap for the Rhino Command System. And then if you want extra help, we're always here.
That's awesome. Now let's change shifts, change gears. As my business partner, Ann, would say, put your signal on, we're changing lanes. We're going to talk about the fact that you've got all of this. We just talked about your programs, your gyms, everything going on. And then you decide to jump in with the 1% crazies over at 2 and start you're doing webinars and you got a podcast going. You got a summit coming up because I'm in it, and you're saving Vegas technically. I mean, you're really shining a light on Las Vegas. Where do you find the time, man?
Well, it's really exciting to wake up every day and work on all of this because, as you know, we've learned so many new things in the past couple months. It's just always exciting. So I like starting new things. So that's part of it. But also it has to do with being able to focus. Mm-hmm. It's not really spending more time on all of this. It's that I really do have command over my body, which allows me to have command over my mind and my clarity and my ability to focus. So I can sit down at my desk, shut everything off, and just go. And I've set up my environment, everybody in my house knows what's going on. My dog's not really trained to respect my boundaries yet, but
when you get that done, let me know, because my dogs are like, we run this news. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, man.
So tell me this. You're doing this summit. What's the summit about? Because it's not about Rhino Julie per se. It's not about the gym exactly, but you do share great information about the gym and about health and wellness. What is this summit about, and why did you choose this topic?
So it's the Vegas Rising Summit, vegasrisingsummit.com. And it really is for anybody that would want to claim command over their body. And then on days 2, 3, and 4, learn how to claim command over the rest of their lives. But when coronavirus hit and there was no toilet paper and there was no meat in the stores, I went on, Facebook Live to my rhinos, to my rhino community. And I said, hey, don't worry, guys. We have each other. We'll all be okay. We'll pool resources. No rhino will be left unfed. And if our community needs us, we'll be there. And then it wasn't so dramatic as all that. Like everybody was fine. Like everything really was okay. But it just made me realize like, hey, we have a bigger community to be concerned with. And it's our community of Las Vegas. And what can I do to help Las Vegas? And then I just thought that if I could help people in Las Vegas realize that there's more out there than just their job on the strip that they're worried about. There's just more in this big old world. There's more opportunity. And if I can bring in people from other careers and from other places where there are other opportunities. I have a girl who is from Russia, and she talks about being raised in Russia and finding new opportunities online and how she did it. How inspiring. And then I have a bunch of Las Vegas locals sharing their story. But basically the idea is if you come to the Vegas Rising Summit, it's free, vegasrisingsummit.com. Day 1 teaches you how to claim command over your body. And then days 2 and 3, healing after loss. I have a Tanya Crombie, who's a PhD. She wrote a book on anxiety, like how to help us and our kids with anxiety. How cool. I have a resilience coach coming on, teaching us how to feel better faster. Just so many people and a lot of rags to riches stories that when you're watching the interviews, my jaw drop. Yeah. And then I start asking questions like that are really personal because I want to pick these people's brains right in front of all of you. And then day 4 is the small business section because my heart feels for all of my fellow entrepreneurs. And that's where my girl Tigo is. So we have our day 4 small business section. Bit off quite a bit, but as I'm editing the videos, I'm learning again from these interviews that I already sat through. So, and my mom.
You're done editing yours? You're going to edit mine? Never mind. That's okay. So tell them again where to find your summit, what days it is. I know it's free, you guys. It's free. So go check it out because she's got some amazing people in there. And I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about everybody else. When is it?
It is October 19th through the 22nd online at vegasrisingsummit.com. You can get your free tickets. I know my mom signed up because she said she wanted to hear the interviews. So what's stopping you?
I love it. I love it. And the date again is?
October 19th through the 22nd. Coming up.
It's like next week. It's like next week. So you guys get in there and check it out because this is going to be great. And being from Vegas, Vegas is on the tip right now. We're trying to recover, trying to come back. You see the stuff in the news and they say, oh, Vegas is lost and we may not make it back. Oh, you guys don't know Vegas. Vegas truly is a rhino and truly will come back. And what better way to blaze a trail and tell the world that, hey, Vegas is here and we're not going nowhere than to have Rhino Julie just lead the charge.
Lead the charge. I love it. That's why it's called Vegas Rising Summit, is you've never seen anybody rise like Las Vegas is about to rise. You and I know. I
know it. So you guys find Rhino Julie at, hashtag Rhino Julie, put her in Google, go to Facebook. That's how we met. We met in Tucumã and she's amazing. She's got great people. So if you're looking to get in a better mindset, get in better fitness, be a better you, or better yet, find you. Go find Rhino Julie because she is truly one of the best. Thank you so much for hanging out with me.
Thank you, Tigo. You got this, girl.
Thank you. See ya. Bye-bye. So coming up next, I hope you guys enjoyed Rhino Julie. Coming up next is Dr. Colleen Mayer. And when you talk with her, you got to have your ducks in a row. And if you don't have your ducks in a row, well, she's going to teach you how to quack because she's all about getting your business right where it needs to be. So sit right there. We'll be right back. Hey, doctor, how are you?
Hi, Teresa. How are you? I'm doing great. Thank you.
Oh, I'm good. You should have told me. I listen sometimes. You should have told me that this was not the greatest idea to do 30 interviews in a single day. Y'all stop leaving me alone by myself with these crazy ideas. But I'm having a blast and I'm getting to talk to all these really cool entrepreneurs. It's awesome.
I think it's amazing. I've been peeking in now throughout the day, and I think this is an amazing thing that you're doing, Teresa. Thank you so much.
I love it. Now, let's talk about, you are a doctor, but you're not going to take anybody's temperature this week. You're a
No.
doctor of well, is it education? I don't want to assume. What is your PhD in?
I have a doctorate it's a doctorate in organizational change management in education.
See, I was right. It's education, which
That's a
leaves
lot,
me
isn't it?
outside the door. I went to Chicago Public School. What do I know? So let's talk about what you do and how you do it. What do you do? What is your practice?
Okay, so I am the owner, and what we do is we work with small to medium-sized businesses to help them get from point A to point B. And different businesses are at different levels. So you might have a startup. So if we're dealing with the startup, we would talk about creating a business plan, creating a marketing plan, doing a competitive analysis, doing a marketing analysis, and helping set them up either for two things: for success. So that's a roadmap to where they're going. And also if they need funding, they need to have a business plan. Or if they're an existing business, we can help them create strategic goals to get from point A to point B, because if businesses are here and they need to get here, there has to be some kind of plan and roadmap to do that. And then we also do a lot of training, management training, employee training, sexual harassment training. And, we just work with business owners and try to meet their needs and get them what they need to get to the next level.
So with that stated, in the middle of COVID, because we can't pretend like we're not sitting in the middle, this is live and it's October. COVID started in March and it's still going. What does that mean for small business? How are you dealing? Are you dealing with a lot of coaching, trying to get them through the changes?
Exactly. So, we have to pivot. So COVID hit, a lot of businesses are now having to change the way they do business and pivot. And so we're doing a lot of training on what that looks like. So taking your business online. So a lot of people need now to market online, to work with their customers online. I give you an example. I was talking to this woman, and she for 30 years had a automotive business, and now people cannot come to her automotive and get their car worked on. So what we talked about was creating an app where that she can take her mechanic to the person and you can go to the car and work on the car rather than them bringing it to you. And it creates, social distancing, of course. And it's just learning how to pivot and think outside of a box and create an app and be able to service your customers that way. And also to get on social media. CNN reported that 70 to 80% more customers are online and looking either at Google ads, on the internet, social media after COVID hit. So you need to make sure that you're getting your message out there on social media and making sure that you're getting in front of your customer, whether that's business advice, tips of the trade, go live and give them some information, the top 3 things that work for you in your business. It's about engaging the customer and engaging possible new customers now in the time of COVID.
So if somebody is watching
and
this,
of course, also learning, taking.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, your turn. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say this is also the perfect time to do some professional development, taking classes. I want to learn how to, do e-commerce. We'll take an e-commerce course. I need to learn about QuickBooks. We'll take a QuickBooks course. Take this time for professional development. It's something you're going to be able to use going forward.
And that's what, see, you and I are thinking the same thing, because that's where I was going. I was going to ask you if they don't know where to go to find these things, because you have to worry about your brand. You got to worry about what you're putting out there. So you don't want to just jump on social media and do it all wrong and then find out, oh no, I got to do it right. So where do they find these courses? Where do they go?
Well, there's different places they can go. There's a lot of different organizations that they can find training. We offer training. Right now, we're offering a 5-week how to write a business plan training course. We just started last week, and we have our first week done, and those are free, no cost. So we're trying to work with business owners and help them, create something that when the economy opens up, even with it semi opened up, they can still learn something and then apply it to their business. But there's different ways you can go online and look. You can go to the SBA website. You can come to our website. We have a lot of training courses that we're offering. So there's different trainings. Just go do something. And if you're not sure about social media, go on YouTube, look up some videos, but at least engage. It's okay. So maybe it's not 100% perfect, but engage your customers. I'm not very good talking in front of people and going live. Okay, that's fine. Record a video on your phone, and if you don't like it, redo it. And you do it until you like it, and then put it out there. Write a script. Get your materials down, practice in front of people, and get out there and get your face in front of customers. Social media is hot, and it's not going to go away, and people need to learn to adjust with it.
With social media, do you think, I know the answer to this already, but I'm going to let the doctor do this one. With social media, do you think it kind of leveled the playing field a little bit for new businesses coming in, going up against, established
I think it did.
businesses?
I think actually they might even have a head start, right? Because a lot of businesses are already established in their practice. They have to learn to change, and if they don't change, then something's going to make them change, which is COVID in this example, right? But it's Facebook. It doesn't have to be. You can pay. You can have organic ads. You can have paid ads. But you just got to get out there and do it. So Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn. Get out there and get on LinkedIn, people. That's a professional website. Get out there and start making connections. Advertise. Find people. There's on LinkedIn. There's organizations like, if you're a consultant, they have a consulting group. You can join on LinkedIn. Just get out there and get involved. You have, TikTok.
Oh yeah, TikTok.
YouTube, right? And TikTok's the new one. That's the new one that's happening. But the thing to remember is you don't have to be perfect. Nobody wants 100% perfect like a robot. They want someone to be authentic. And when people can see you and get to see you and understand you and connect with you, that's what's going to do it. It's not the perfect in a box advertisement. It's being yourself that's going to drive people to you.
Just yesterday, my youngest said to me, you got to be on TikTok. You got to get out there and be on TikTok. And I heard my father say, give me 5 minutes with this technology, because every time you turn around, there's something new. So do you have to be on everything, or can you just pick a couple that you truly, really like?
You can pick a couple that you truly like. It depends on your, who your customer is, right? If you're looking for your customer is the, younger customer base, teens, early 20s, TikTok would be good. If you're looking to do B2B, business to business, you want to look at LinkedIn. So the thing is to do your homework, go out there and do some marketing and look at what is your competition doing? I like to sign up for other consultant companies, other training companies on social media or their email list, because you can see what they're doing, right? Mm-hmm. But you don't have to spread yourself thin. Start with one or two to where you think you can find your customer, and do those and do them well. And don't forget, write a blog, create a podcast. I don't have to talk about for an hour. Talk for 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. It's okay. Just start the process rolling.
Now you mentioned a podcast, so this is my segue to be able to come in and say, you've got a podcast. I'm actually going to be a guest on it here pretty soon. Tell me about
That's
your
exactly right.
podcast.
Well, my podcast is called Fearless in Pink. And what we do is we interview women business owners and we talk about how they started, what, if they can go back and talk to their younger selves, what would they say? What advice would they give to themselves or to our viewers? And it's basically, we've gotten to this point as female entrepreneurs where we feel that, we have to be male or we have to have traits of being a male, especially when you're dealing with corporations and corporate America. But my challenge is, why can't we be fearless leaders and still be okay with what we are or who we are as females? So that's where we came up with Fearless in Pink. It's okay.
Now, years ago, and sometimes still now, there are industries that they go, oh, well, girls don't need to be in that industry. They don't need to be doing this or that. Our friend Cinnamon was on earlier. She was talking about her lighting business. And you go, wow, lighting, you're manufacturing, you're doing that. Are there restrictions still out there where people kind of go, wait a minute, but you're a female. You're not supposed to do that.
I think there is some of that. I wrote my dissertation and I found that there's a lot of the similar challenges that we have now that we had back in, the 40s, 50s, 60s with, sexism and racism and family issues and different types of cultures. But those are things that are breaking down. And my advice to women is you plow right through them. It's okay to recognize that they're there, but plow through them. And how we do that is being fearless and believing in ourselves. Don't be afraid and just go do it. There's a lot of women organizations that will help you. I will help you.
So you mentioned you will help. So let's talk about how they can reach you, what programs you have in place when they do reach you. Do they have to be in business already, or can they just have a business idea when they start?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because I had 2 conversations with 2 women today that haven't even started their businesses. So I'm helping them start a personal brand. And so people can come to me either in the beginning or a mature business. So it could be a new business, an emerging business, a mature business. And then we talk about where they're at and where they're going. And I always say that, where are we at and where are we going and how do we get there? Because when you start out with where you're at and then where you're going, there's a gap. There's a gap, obviously, right? Because we're trying to get somewhere. So we can create a gap analysis. What's creating the gap? And then we come up with solutions. How do we get from point A to point B? And what's that look like? And then we monitor as we go. Monitor and adjust as we go. Yeah. And go ahead.
Go ahead. No, your turn.
No, I was going to say, and the same thing with existing and emerging businesses. It's the same thing. It's just looking at different gaps, depending on where the business is at.
When someone wants to get in touch with you or they want to follow you, how do they find your podcast? How do they find your business? How do they find your programs?
Okay, with my podcast, it's on Fearless in Pink. It's on Apple, and I'm working on getting it into the other distributors of podcasts. But right now, it's on Apple. I have a website called Meyer, MEYER, the word and Mintz, MINTZ, consulting.com. So I have a website, and I also have a Instagram and Facebook page with the same name, Meyer and Mintz Consulting. So on Instagram, it is Meyer and Mintz under dash and then consulting, and on Facebook, it's Meyer and Mintz LLC.
Well, I thank you, Doctor. We got this young man sitting on deck. We'll call it on deck because he's a baseball fan. He's sitting back there making goofy faces at me. You can guess who it is. Yeah, it's your brother and mine. He's sitting back there. I think we leave him there. We just talk through his time. What do you think?
I think he deserves a chance.
Oh, see,
he's a good guy.
You gotta be the soft-hearted one.
I'm being a good sister. I'm being a good big sister. Teresa, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for all that you do.
Everyone.
I appreciate you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Well, that was Dr. Colleen. And like I said, coming up next is a guy that I call my brother. We say all the time, you know, from another mother and father. And he happens to be Colleen's baby brother, but I give him such a hard time. This guy has been in acting. He owns an acting academy. He's teaching people how to get out of their own way and not be afraid of what we're doing right now, being on camera. So we're going to bring up Frank Perillo. What's happening with you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm tired. Why didn't you tell me this was crazy?
I think it's fun. I don't think it's crazy. So I don't know where I want to tell you that. But no, I'm just plugging along, you know, getting ready to do some projects and work on some things and start helping some people out with getting more comfortable in front of the camera and teaching them to do what I do.
Yeah, I work with Lillian McMorris. Everybody knows that. I tell everybody she's my mentor, and she's the one that drugged me in front of the camera, in front of the mic, behind the camera, you name it, production, Lillian. And when I thought about doing this, I said, no, I'm not doing this. I'm done. When I wanted to even do expert talk, I'm like, I'm done. And you went to lunch with me and spent a half an hour going, nope, this is how you do this. And if you hadn't, this stuff wouldn't be happening right now. I want to tell you. So you're very good, and I'm putting it out there for the rest of the world to hear. You are very good at what you do, and that's getting people comfortable in their own skin. And as actors, getting them comfortable and being able to pretend to be someone else in that moment. How did you get into that in the first place?
Well, I've always had a love for acting. I actually started a little bit backstage for a little while when I was in high school, and then I kind of like, okay, the people up front are having a little bit more fun, so I think I'll do that. And so I went up front and started doing that. Of course, I found myself a little shy and not real comfortable up there with all those people staring at me, but I worked through it. I stuck through it. I did have stage fear. But the important thing is that I stuck through it. And I learned how to cope with it. And so many life skills can come out of just learning to perform. There's so much life skills, because the good thing about that performing is when you're working through things that are scripted, you're also working through things that are real life and what people face every single day. And it does help you when you're reading something and you're going through something that you might be going through or something you feel and you're acting it out as someone else. That gives you, a sense of, okay, it's not just me. And maybe through this character, I can express my own doubts and fears and work through it. But as you know, we're branching back into the out there for business people who are afraid to get in front of the camera in a digital world. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm pushing this idea that you don't have to be afraid of the camera. And how do we do that? Well, we learn through scripted scenes how to cope with different environments that might arise. How do I get comfortable when I'm looking at a camera? I'm fearful. There's millions or hundreds of thousands of people staring at me through this camera, and it's so scary. But you can overcome that. You can overcome that. And a great part of that is just creating a persona. Learn to create a persona like method acting does. You create that character and you become that character, and you stop thinking about you and you just are that character, and you deliver the things you want people to have, the heart that you have for things, the gifts that you have, the products that you might want to sell, those types of things. And you do it and you get comfortable with it. Or maybe it's just an idea. You want to talk about an idea. You get so much feeling about some passion of yours, and you just want to start a podcast, and you want to be able to talk to people and be comfortable saying what you say. Well, I teach that. I teach you how to be comfortable doing that, because this is a digital world. And with COVID, even more so, if you want to sell your product, you're going to have to get online.
You're right. And before we skip down the road, let's tell people what method acting means. I know what it means because you taught me what it means. But what does it mean, for a business owner? They're going, I'm not Denzel Washington. I'm not going to be in the next, headliner or whatever. So what is method acting? Let's go there.
Method acting is basically, you're basically creating a character from your own experiences. So we've all experienced being the seller, and we've all experienced being the person that's being sold to. So we know what it is to be sold, and we know what it is to sell. And it's just being able to relate to that. And then taking those feelings, those experiences that we had in the past, creating a character or creating a persona that is totally real, but is coming from a place that we may not be comfortable coming from. But we get it and we find it in ourselves to give it to this other person with this persona. I mean, just you talk about YouTubers, you talk about people who are on video all the time. These people are not like that at home. Nobody talks like that at home. Nobody's always like, hey, Dad. At least I hope not. Okay. But so that's just a persona they create. They create this persona to pitch their product. That's okay. That's what acting's about. It's what commercials have been doing for 100 years right now. Is getting up there and you're pitching whatever it is that you want, whether it's a story or it's a product or it's a service or it's just something that you're passionate about. Butterfly collecting. You know, there are other people out there passionate about it. You just got to find them and tell them what you know. They may not know that. And you know, Italian, I belong onto a Facebook, you know, we're Italian. So I belong on a Facebook group that's just Italians and Italian cooking and stuff like that. And, you know, and we're all listening to each other. We all kind of cook the same stuff, but we don't all cook it the same way. And I'm like, oh, I've never tried that before.
Right.
You know, raisins in my sauce. Well, okay, I did stop there. I wasn't going to do the raisins.
Wait a minute, raisins in your sauce? No,
well,
we're not going there.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that as business people, as actors, as people who need to get on podcasts or video, do videos, it's all about creating that persona that you want to have, that drive, and learning that it's okay for you just to be you in front of the camera. Or if you're not okay with you being in front of her, let's create somebody that you're okay with. And let's just be that person for a while.
Let's shift gears for a second and talk about, you know, we mentioned COVID all day long. We can't help it because, hey, we're in the middle of it. This is just what's going on. Right now, there's really no prime time. You know, all of our favorite seasons and shows are not back because they couldn't go in and record these things. And now they're starting to announce they're coming back. I'm seeing you post more calls, you know, acting calls and stuff. What's going on with independent actors and how are they dealing with everything that's going on right now?
Well, a lot of independent actors are just trying to get by as everybody else. Starving artist was invented for artists of all sorts, including acting artists. But the business is starting to open up. But here's the greatest thing for a lot of people who are in the acting business right now is that that all these shows didn't get shot and a lot of things didn't get done this year. So I'm thinking, you know, with the COVID, you know, some of it being eased up in Hollywood and with the unions developing certain precautions about how that you're going to be on the set, I think that there's a really great opportunity for a lot of people right now, actors and stuff like that, as soon as, you know, Hollywood gets kicked back up and starts to do that. Now, one of my students from a long time ago, he went to Hollywood. He's got his own television show now on Hulu, Michael Cimino. You can catch him on Love, Victor. You know, they're getting ready to shoot again soon. And those things. So everybody's kind of getting prepped up to go ahead and do that. But it's a great opportunity for people in the acting business now to get their shot.
So if somebody's watching this in Ohio or Miami or Texas, you know, or down the street for this matter, down the street, because my studio, I got to come over there because my studio is in your studio, in your school, and I haven't seen it in months because I'm scared to death to go anywhere. So if they really want to learn acting, are you going to offer some kind of online course? Because what if it never goes back to normal again?
Right. So we're going to be offering acting online. I also offer private lessons online through Zoom. If people want to get into acting and they want to learn how to do that, I've got a great system that helps you learn how to break down what a writer's trying to communicate through the script. But also we're going to be launching a business for acting for business courses, not only live for Zoom, but also we're going to be recording these courses and people will be able to find them, I believe, through you.
Yes, and, definitely. Thank goodness they can stop asking me, you know, because I'm like, Frank's coming. It's going to be okay. Frank's going to show you how to do this because I do get asked all the time, you know, how did I get comfortable? And I tell them, one, get great people in your corner, which I've managed to do. I was blessed to have. And two, you know, practice. Lillian has a tape of my first interview where it was radio, and she literally had to like whisper in my ear because I'm sitting on radio answering questions like this. And she's like, honey, it's radio. You got to talk. And I spent the next hour going, yes, no, uh-huh. You got to practice, and you got to get right people in your corner. And you're definitely, one of the best at what you do.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for coming by. I'm actually going to play, because we're going to talk about, I want to just talk about for a second, voiceovers. You do voiceovers, you teach voiceovers. So I'm like, I'm going to save this commercial for when Frank comes on, because you got to hear his country accent. It is so cool. So I'm going to play this. This will be your going off the show today. And I want to thank you, brother, for stopping by. You are the best.
Thank you.
Well, hey, what are you doing up here in space? Oh, I know. You're looking for some airtime for your show. But you don't know where to look, do you? Well, we can help you with that. See, Gutsy can get your show on Roku and Amazon Fire TV. Sounds good? Well, of course it does. See, they offer a free consultation too, so contact them right away. Gutsy TV Network, your pathway to the stars. GetGutsy.com.
Yeah, that's Frank in the suit. No, I'm kidding. But that was his voice. I really love everything that he does over there with the Acting Academy. I actually met him because I had a young cousin who is now in college and a grown man, wanted to learn how to act. And I found Frank in a phone book. Yeah, for you people that don't know what phone books are, they used to be these paper books. You looked up everybody before Google. So that's how I found him. And he's been in my family ever since. If you guys want to know more about Frank, just find him on social media, find him on Google, because he really can help you get comfortable to do what we're doing today. Okay, coming up next, we've got Darlene. Now, we've talked about business. We talked about starting. We talked about fear. Now we're going to talk about branding and what that means. So let's welcome Darlene to the stage. Hey, what's happening?
Hi, it's so good to see you. How are you?
It's great to see you. Thank you for coming on. And you are a part, I got to put it up here real quick so people know, you are a part of our summit. You are going to be there, and you go way deeper than this 15 minutes. So you guys don't write me, don't call me, say, how do I find? Either contact Darlene in person, the way she's going to tell you, or go check out the summit, because she really went deep. How are you? What are you doing? How's things in your world?
Yeah, I'm doing great. It's a really warm, hot day here in California, and the day's amazing. It's been going good. How's your day been? How have all of your conversations been? You have been busy with this live stream going all day long.
Yeah, I should have ran it past you and gotten the thumb up approval for my brand and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, we've been talking about doing live stream for literally years. And, we've been trying to figure out how we want to do it, what we want to do. And we're getting more and more people asking to be on Expert Talk. So why not create Expert Talk Extra and make it a live stream and a podcast version of the show? Because the show only airs on Saturdays. So this gives us a little bit extra room. So
I think you're completely on brand with doing this. It gives you the ability to have that extra sneak peek right into your life and what your conversations really are like. And I love that you're doing this as part of the summit too, because everybody's always like, who's on your summit? Who are the guests? And what questions are you guys asking? And this gives the perfect ability for you to give a little sneak peek window to see who's coming into the conversation, what people are talking about, and it just gives them a chance to get to know you better as the host, especially. So I love that you've added this piece to it. I think it's brilliant.
I got the thumbs up from the branding expert. I feel great. All right, here we go. So let's talk about what you do, because I kid around about you being a branding expert, but that truly is, you are a branding expert. So what does that mean?
Yeah, so I call myself a personal branding and online business coach because I love working with service-based online entrepreneurs. And if you are growing a personal business right now, then you have a personal brand. And it's so important that you put yourself out there and let people start to learn about your skill set, your expertise, your stories, what your voice, like physically, like our voice right now that we're speaking through, but like even in our writing, right? Like a lot of us create content and blogs and have social media posts and different things. And people really want to get to know who you are. They need to be able to experience you so they can know if they like you and if they know you and if they trust you. And I think so often we wonder, like, what do people actually say about us, right? Like if you could be a fly on a room or a fly on the wall in a room and you were at a cocktail party, because how amazing does that sound to go to an actual cocktail party nowadays, since we don't get to go anywhere. But imagine like walking into the room and how cool it would be to be a fly on the wall and have like hear what people are actually saying about you when you walk into the room. Like, oh my gosh, there she is. I've seen her, speak on stage before. I've seen her on a Facebook Live, or I've experienced her podcast and all these different things. And then when they actually shake your hand and meet you in person, if they could meet and feel like they already knew you so well and that you were the exact same person they've been witnessing over all these different channels for the past weeks or months or years that they've been following you. And I think that's one of like the golden nuggets about building a personal brand, is you want to be exactly who you are in person versus online as well. Because you've probably had this experience. I know I have. And I hear my clients talk about this too, where they meet somebody in person after meeting them or knowing them virtually, right? Like on the online space. And they're like, oh, you're not quite, what I imagined.
What I imagined, exactly.
And I think we joked about it during our interview for the summit. You're like, it's okay to say, oh, you're a little bit taller or shorter than I envisioned, but their personality and what they talk about and how they speak, like that should be who they really are. Like if you're goofy and quirky and like have a fun, bright personality, like be that way virtually, just as you would be in person. Or if you're a little bit more shyer, like that's totally fine too. You don't have to be outgoing, like just be you and show up as you are. And then that way, no matter where they meet you across whatever channel or whatever path they find you on, they're like, oh, like I already feel like we're like good friends and we've sat down and had coffee before and chatted. And you don't have like this persona of somebody who's not actually who they say they are.
Right. And that's so true, because, and I want to talk about the opposite side of that as well in a second, but that is so true. People online, they wear the perfect clothes. They, from the, neck area up.
Our virtual
our virtual uniforms, and they pretend to be one person or one thing or another. And then you meet them in person and they're nothing like that. And I think it hurts their business, because you've kind of built up a rapport and you're expecting to now, it's kind of like watching movie trailers, which there's not a whole lot of them right now, but watching movie trailers and you go, wow, I gotta see that movie. And then you get there and it's nothing like what's in the trailer.
Oh, it's the worst, right? Like, or when other people talk them up and you're like, this is going to be the best movie ever. And you watch it and you're like, oh, that wasn't even that good.
Or they follow it with the book was better. It's like, oh, great. Just great. So, but let's talk about the other side. Some people think that when they go on social media, their personal social media, they can do what they want, say what they want, be what they want. And it doesn't affect their business. People shouldn't pay attention to what they say on their personal side. It wasn't on their business page. How do you feel about that?
That's such a great question. Especially right now, like you go on people's social media personal pages and you're really seeing their true colors, right? You're seeing the political stuff. You're seeing what they've had for dinner, what they've done for the weekend, all those different things. And it plays a part when you're building a personal brand. Your personal life is an extension of your business. So it's okay if you want to talk about those things, and if you're comfortable having those conversations in your personal life, you have to be okay having those conversations in your business life as well. There's not really like two separate compartments, I don't feel like, when it comes to that. I think that that's another piece to it of why it's important to show up and just be you, because it doesn't matter what platform they find you on. And especially like if you like this live stream is on Facebook right now, right? And on YouTube. And if people go to your personal sites, they're going to get to know who you are. And that can be helpful to your personal brand, or it can be detrimental to it as well. So if you're going to post personal information, like make sure it's stuff that you're okay talking about, that you feel comfortable that your audience is going to see. And I don't talk politics, but if you're going to be political, like if your audience is going to know how you stand, and that's okay. That's actually a good thing, that they can tell what you're supporting and what things are important to you. but that should come across completely through all of your conversations as well. Like when you're growing your business, if you have stances and you want to take a stand for something, or if you have a rant, like if you see something in your industry that drives you insane, that maybe a lot of other people are completely okay talking about, or talk about specifically in one direction, but you have a different opinion, like share that opinion, let people hear it, let it be known that you think differently about something, and let them know why it matters to you. I think during our interview, we talked about like values and your mission and your vision. Like those are things that need to come across throughout just everything that you're sharing, whether it's personal or if it's business.
So how do you repair your brand? You were 30, 20 something and you just went wild and you were single and did all this crazy stuff. And once it's out there on YouTube, people, it doesn't matter if you delete it. It's still out there.
It's out there, yeah.
Will find it. So people are finding it. And now you're in your late 30s, you're married, you got kids, you've definitely settled down and you're professional. But that crazy video
still out there,
2 or 10 are still out there.
Yeah.
How do you patch that brand?
I think you own it. Like it's part of who you are. If you went to spring break 99, and I'll speak for myself because there was a spring break 99. I don't think there's any videos, but like if you have done things that maybe aren't quite who you are today, or if maybe you've grown up a little bit, or you've stepped into yourself maybe more. I feel like a lot of it's like stepping into who you are. I think when we're younger, some of us are really confident and know who the heck we are early on, but some of us have to find our ways, right? Like we have to figure out what we're doing, how we're doing it, what we want to be known for. So repair wise, I think you just have to own it. And it's just like our presidents right now, right? Like they're owning a whole bunch of stuff right now. So stand, like if that's who you are and that's what you want to be known for, then it's part of your legacy. It's part of who you are. So you just have to accept it. And if you want to let people know that you've changed, you tell those stories. Like we talk a lot about in our interview about storytelling. Like one of the best ways that you can get yourself to be, to build a personal brand and to be seen is to tell your stories. And each of us have unique skills and experiences and life lessons that we bring to the table. And some of those have been transformational, right? Like if you used to be here and used to be wild and crazy, and now you're like more level-headed and, settle down, like share those stories. Say, this is how things used to be for me. This is what life used to look like. And this is what I did to overcome that and bring me to where I'm at today. But don't be afraid to share those stories, have those conversations and just connect with people. Like all of us have, skeletons in the closet, different things that have life experience. Not well, besides you, I don't have any either, but we all have things like that we might not be proud of, or maybe we wish we would have said differently or done differently, but owning it. And I think being a grown up and being ourselves is really about owning what mistakes we've made in the past and just helping other people learn from them so that we can move forward together. Because it's that ripple effect too. Like I might tell a story and you might resonate and relate to it, or you might be going through that situation right now and something that I say might like give that ripple effect that helps you on your path and your journey to make better decisions for yourself.
So what do you do, because people are finding themselves not quite at retirement age, but being forced out of their business because of downsizing, because the business is not reopening, because they don't know where things are going, especially here in Vegas. They're just adjusting every day. We're hearing something new. And maybe you were military, maybe you were an upper executive and you had a very stiff kind of professional, traditional kind of a brand personally. And inside you really are a surfer and you're a cool dude. How do you establish your new brand without damaging your past reputation?
I love this question. I don't think I've ever even been asked that question before. So this is good.
New one. Yes.
This is totally new. So yeah, if you've been in like I don't know, it made me think of like a stuffy corporate job and you're like, like you're wearing business suits and you're not really stepping into who you are. Like it gives you the chance to kind of let your hair down a little bit and maybe do it slower. Like maybe slowly start to let people see who you are. And like, you don't want to be like night and day, like immediately, but tell people like, hey, like, this is who I used to be. Like my background is this is what I've been doing. I'm transitioning into this industry. I've actually always had a heart and a passion for this, and I want to do this full time. And I'm really going to let you guys get to know who I am as the person that I've always wanted to be. I've always felt maybe stuck in a box, or I've always felt like I'm wearing my mom's business suit. I think I shared that
Yes.
in our interview that
Yes.
I felt like I was a little girl playing dress up in my mom's business clothes when I wore business suits. They're totally not me. I feel stuffy, and like it doesn't show well for me. Like I didn't feel like myself. I wasn't being able to be myself. So when it's in that opposite situation, it's just slowly transitioning. You know, if you're comfortable in flip-flops and jeans and a tank top, and that's part of your brand that you're okay building, then show that. If you're a surfer dude and you want to go surfing, like start posting pictures of you and your family at the beach surfing, and start telling stories about how this has been a passion, but you haven't been able to do it much because you've been stuck at your corporate job working 60 plus hours a week, and you were too exhausted on the weekends to drive your family to California and go hit the waves, or to go to Hawaii. Or so just owning it and like slowly letting people see who you are. Because I think it would be like, it might be hard to like go from one extreme to a complete opposite extreme. But I think if you're telling stories and if you're naturally transitioning into it, that's who you are, then that's who you need to show up, and that's who you need to be.
See, I didn't stump you. I tried. I didn't stump
you.
I tried.
That's a good question. I'm gonna have to write that one down.
Let's talk about guilt by association. You know, it's like now social media, people know who your family is. They know your friends. They know things that you've done in your history. Because I personally think people share too much of their personal side sometimes, because you can't reel that back in if you ever need to. What about, you're doing everything for your brand? Everything is great. You know, you're out there, you're being social, you're being, community conscious, you're building your business, but you got a brother or a son or a daughter that is just a rebel without a cause. And they're out there just burning up the internet, doing whatever craziness it is. And people are finding that. How do you not separate from your family that you're close to, but separate your brand from their brand?
Yeah. That's interesting, because I think we all have that one family member, right? Who's the hellraiser and causes all kinds of stuff. But I think with your business, like you need to be able to keep your business a little bit separate from your personal life in some degrees. So if you have a family member who's doing that stuff, it's probably more about like not allowing them into your workspace. Like you wouldn't invite them on a Facebook Live. You wouldn't take photos of them and put them on your website. You wouldn't invite them onto your podcast. Like you would kind of just separate those lines. And if people are, especially if you're in a city, right? Like a lot of people, like I have an online business, so my business kind of is spread out across the world. Mm-hmm. But if you have a local business, I could see this being maybe a little bit more troublesome than if you're reaching out to different market spaces. But if that's locally happening, then just have conversations around it. Like let them know, like, yeah, that's my brother. I love him. He's doing his thing. I'm doing mine. But, bring the subject back to what you're talking about and what your experience is in and what you're an expert in, so that you can lightly talk about it. But then I would just transition the conversation probably back into more about what your wheelhouse is and how you can support and help people.
That's awesome. How does somebody find you? What services do you offer? Because you do training, you're a coach, you have a lot of things going on. How do they find you? How do they know when they're ready to be a customer of yours, or even just get a consultation?
Yeah. So the best place to hang out with me is at my website to learn all the things about me, which is darleneholly.com. And I have some free gifts on there that you can download to kind of get yourself going, to find out if you're building the right personal brand for your business and how to make it a revenue generating business at the same time. So many of my clients come to me because they've either been in business for a little while and they're not quite getting the traction that they thought they would by this point into the game, or they've got their business going and they're making, a steady income, but maybe not quite how much they want to bring in each month, and they're ready to scale that business to the next level. I help them with getting their personal brand on point so that they can show up exactly who they are. And then we also dive really deep into their sales and their marketing strategies to make sure that they're actually connecting with their ideal clients. They're using the right words, the right messaging, and they're attracting people in as well as repelling people. Remember, because we want to repel some of those people as well that are not our ideal clients. So I help them create a strategic plan for themselves to generate income, grow their business, and then also really stand out online and be themselves at the same time.
So let's give your website again, and I also want to tell everybody she's in the summit. She goes way deep in the summit. So, but don't wait just for the summit, although you definitely want to come because it's free.
Yes, come,
hang out. We'll put the little sign up again. Boom, come, hang out.
Yeah, we had so much fun on our interview. When we finished our call last week, I was stoked. I was like, that was like the funnest conversation we just had. Like we talked about so many different things.
Thank you so much. How do they find you, my friend? And what's the best time and all that kind of stuff to contact you?
Yeah. So my website, darleneholly.com. You can also email me, just darlene@darleneholly.com. I love to connect, and currently I'm not on Facebook because I'm in Facebook jail. But I'm hanging out currently on LinkedIn. Yeah, I'm a real big rebel. I did not do anything wrong. I just want to clarify. I was hacked. It wasn't me. I was an angel. But come hang out on LinkedIn too. You can send me a private message on LinkedIn, and we can just say hi. Like, connect with me. Let me know, like, hey, I saw you on the summit Facebook Live, and I want to get to know you better. And we can just start connecting and see where the conversation goes, and we'll see. And the thing that I love about having these conversations too is not everybody is the right fit to work with me at this point. So if you're not ready and you're not in a place to be ready, then I have tons of valuable resources and tips and tools that I love to share to help you get to the point so you can say, okay, now I'm ready to work with you, Darlene. Like, let's do this. I'm serious. I'm ready to go. I'm not waiting around any longer, because so many people I feel like are like, oh, I really want to do it, but I don't know if I should. And like, when you're ready, you'll know, and I'll be there to help support you.
I can't think of a better way to end this conversation. You and I will chat again for sure. We got a lot of stuff coming up down the road, but you guys, if you're thinking about your brand, if you're not thinking about your brand, start thinking about your brand.
Think about the brand.
Yeah. Contact Darlene, because she definitely can help you steer that path. I thank you for coming on. Have a great rest of your day. I'll see you soon.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Okay, so coming up next, a couple of days ago, this young lady, who has the coolest name ever, by the way, she contacted me on a program we've talked about all day, 2 commas. She's one of the 1% crazies, and you have to be on this side of that to understand what that means, and I'll get into that one day. But she contacted me and asked about the summit, and asked about the show that I'm doing, and asked if I created the show to promote the summit. No, it's a combination of stuff. I really wanted to promote the fact that we're doing Expert Talk Extra, and we had a couple of time slots still open. So I said to her, you want to come? And she said, yeah. So welcome someone who has the coolest name ever. Karen Quick, what's happening?
Hello, how are you? How's it going?
I'm great. I feel like the Energizer Bunny and my batteries are like, you ever see it when they start going dum, and they start running down, and then I go, no, I got 2 more hours to go, so I'm gonna be okay. How are you?
I am doing awesome. Thanks for asking.
Thank you for reaching out and just inquiring about what this show was all about and why we were doing it. And thank you for taking out time with no notice to drop in and hang out and share your message and share what you do. So let's talk about, what do you do in your day job? And then we'll talk about your summit.
Yes, so in my day job, I am an IT director. I've been in IT for over almost 26 years. And so I right now head up the IT project management office for the chief technology officer. So that's what I do in my 7 to 5, I like to say, or 7 to 6, depending on the day.
Yeah, if you're in corporate, it's more like 7 to 7 and then a few more hours.
Exactly.
And then you find time to start a business. What? You don't sleep?
I am guilty of that. I usually, but I thank God that I only need a certain amount of hours to function. So if I get 5 hours, 5.5 hours, I'm good. But when I have a goal just that drive in me just keeps me going anyway. So my goal is to eventually, retire myself from that 9 to 5 or 77, as you would say, so that I can work my business full time. So to do that, that's my why, right? So to do that, I know I'm gonna have to work as hard for myself as I work for someone else. So I'm committed to working as hard for myself as I do someone else. And so from 8 at night to 1 in the morning, I'm working on my business.
Ooh, yeah, you sound like me. It's like, the sun catches me sometimes and my body goes, so are we starting another day or are we going to sleep it all? And then the dogs go, you missed sleep time. I need food. I need to go outside. We got to go.
Exactly.
So what is the business that you're doing?
So the business that I do, I founded a business called Catapult Your Content to Cash. And so
Nice.
I help entrepreneurs, speakers, authors, and coaches to increase their impact, their influence, and their income through content amplification.
And that means to the regular person who's not one of the 1% crazies,
Yeah,
what does that mean?
so what that means is I help people. The reason why most people don't create content to bring visibility to their businesses is because one reason they think it's very time consuming, right? And at first in my business, I thought it was very time consuming because I'm like, I gotta do what? And I gotta do what? And so so I figured out a way, with my hectic, busy work schedule, I had to get very crisp in strategic and how I looked at content. And so what I help my clients do is take one piece of content. It could be a video that they did on Facebook. It could be a blog post. It could be an ebook. How can we take what you have and repurpose it so that you don't always be in that content hamster wheel going round and round? So how do you take a video? Well, you take that video, you transcribe it, and then you could take that transcription and turn it into an ebook. Then you could take points in your video, whatever point you were making, and you can make a checklist out of that. So I look at trying to take that one piece of content and getting as much usage out of it. And I've gotten up to like 20 ways to repurpose one piece of content so that you're not always in I got to create new content, but we can take that content, repurpose it, and then monetize it as well.
Okay, I got like 30 interviews in a single marathon, live stream. We got to talk. That's one heck of a lot of transcripts.
You got a lot of content. You probably never have to do content again, just like me.
Ooh, I can retire.
How we leverage our content. Absolutely.
So if someone comes to you and says, I don't even understand the definition of content. The only thing I do on social media is I, check to see if my cousin sent me a funny meme on TikTok or Instagram, and I watch the news, roll through Facebook and wait for something that looks cute like a puppy. Other than that, I have no idea, but I really want to start. I'm stuck at home or I'm downsized or whatever. I really want to start a business, and I think I've got great content in me. I just don't know what content is.
Right. So what content is like you said, it's that information that you have in you that we need to put into a form that people can consume it. Right. So if you have in you, for example, you know how to bake. Right. So you have in you that I'm a great baker and I love baking and I know how to make the world's famous cookies. Right. And I do it better than Oreo, Chips Ahoy, or whoever. And so my process, and so then I would say, okay, well, what is your process to doing it, right? So then you start talking about, well, I take the eggs and I take the milk, but I don't just take any milk. I make sure that it's half and half with a little extra cream in it, right? So all those different steps that I pull out of you becomes your framework, right?
Okay.
And based on your framework, then we look at, okay, where is your customer at in the journey, right? Do they already know you exist? Do they not? If they don't, then we need to bring some awareness to you. So in the beginning of your framework, let's talk about who you are, right? And what you do, and what is the step one to your framework, and how can we put that into a quote? How can we put that into just putting your whole framework, just writing it out step by step into a checklist, right? How can we put that into an ebook that you can tell people the what and the why, and then you sell the how, right?
Mhm.
So all of that is content that a lot of people don't know they have, but it's right there in them. I just need to help them pull it out of them. And the content just helps people to understand who you're about, you know, why your business exists, and how your business can add value to their life. And so that's what content helps you do.
So before we move ahead, because we got to
Mhm.
talk about your summit, we would not be doing this justice if we don't. So tell me, how do they get in touch with you? You know, what's the best way to reach out to you? What's the best way to just kind of do a little bit of research on their own?
Okay, so how they would reach out to me is going to my summit is www.masterandmonetizeyourcontent.com. So that is the URL for the summit.
Mm-hmm.
So they can go on there and they can check out all my awesome speakers. I have 20 speakers on the main screen, but I have 5 additional speakers as bonuses. And so they can go in and read about all, to just give you all of the first day one is all about the mindset, because a lot of times we're not moving forward in life and in our business is because we're stuck in our head. And I like to say, if you're in your head, you're dead. Now you're not physically dead, but you have just killed your dreams, okay? You're not moving forward, you're not progressing. So I have some wonderful speakers on talking about, you know, how to master your mind, how to gain confidence. Because believe it or not, a lot of people are not producing content is because they lack the confidence.
Yeah.
To do so, right? And the confidence to show up. And so
Right.
someone you're talking about confidence, finding your purpose so that you're in business and you're making sure that your business aligns with your personal values and purpose, right? So I have someone on there talking about that. I have someone on there talking about how to do quick content creation. Because again, time is a lot of people's issues with creating content.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we create it quickly, right? And how do we make sure that it has quality to it as well? So I have someone on there talking about that. Social media strategy. We are in a social media time frame now.
Yeah,
so
definitely
making sure we have a social media strategy to add to our marketing efforts is very important. I have someone on there talking about sales and automation. And I have someone on there talking also about, okay, now we've created content. When you create content, you're creating assets for your business.
Mm-hmm.
So now how do you protect those assets? So I have a lawyer on there talking about how do we go about protecting our assets as well. So that's just to give you all a little sneak peek into the summit. But if you go to www.masterandmonetizeyourcontent.com, you can see all the other awesome speakers, and their topics are listed as well.
When is your summit? Let's talk about that.
Okay, so my summit is October 27th through October 30th.
Okay.
So go ahead and set that on your calendars, October 27th through October 30th. If you are not able to attend all those days, don't fear, because Karen Quick is here to help you out. There is an all access pass that you can download, and you can have access to these videos for lifetime. So whatever you choose, the summit is free. I would love to see you there. But again, if you fear you're going to miss something, I recommend getting that all access pass.
I love it. I love it. So what got you into doing content? I mean, you don't just get up one day and say, hey, I'm going to be a content expert. How did you turn that curve?
So how I turned into content is because I personally struggled with content initially when I started off as a speaker. And I've been speaking for over 20 years, but then as I said, okay, I've been doing this, I want to be paid to do this, right? One of my coaches was like, well, Karen, you need to publish and create content. I'm like, well, what is that? You know, because I came from IT background. And although I have Facebook and LinkedIn and YouTube, again, if you're not used to hearing the word content, I'm just thinking, okay, I'm writing something on Facebook, right? I'm not considering that as content or assets for a business, right? And so I struggled with it initially. And then when I found out what it was, the next struggle was, oh my God, I got to create content for Facebook. I got to create it for YouTube. Yeah. I felt like I was in content jail, okay? And it was overwhelming. I was stressed out. up at night, banging the computer, looking at my screen as the blinker flashing, like, what in the world am I going to write next? I don't know what to talk to these people about. So I struggle with it myself to where I started to geek out on it and get real passionate about it. I was like, if I've got to be in this world, let me master this content so that I no longer have to stay up all night banging on my computer or almost throwing it over the balcony because being that frustrated, right? And so once I mastered it, I ended up creating 2 books. So I am a best-selling author.
Nice.
And it is really true. Once you get past that one hump, and you can always go back to where you've once been. So creating my second book, I did it that much faster. I did my first book in 9 weeks, and my second book I ended up doing like in 3. And so when you master a technique, definitely it's definitely something you want to bless and touch everyone else with. So I have my clients that I was initially working with for free to help them out. And then I started to, I developed this program, Catapult Your Content to Cash, which is 6 steps that I take my clients through. The first step being their ideal client, because I truly believe it's important you know who you're speaking to. Because if you're creating for everybody, you're creating for no one. So that's important. Then I go into talking about creating your framework. And if it's not a part of your framework, we don't create it, right? So being strategic about the content that you create. Don't just throw up content that makes no sense. It should always lead somewhere, right? Whether it's leading to your programs, whether it's leading to doing a one-on-one complimentary session with you. It should always be leading somewhere. And then the next step I talk about creating and curating, because a lot of times people think we have to create all this content ourselves, and we don't. We can. It's a legal way that you can curate content and not be in trouble with the law. Other people's knowledge, but leveraging other people's knowledge legally, right? So I always say model the masters, right? So modeling people who are steps ahead of you have already gone down the path that you're going down in your niche, right? Then I talk about multiplying, repurposing the content. Then I go into how to be omnipresent and show up in these different places like Facebook, YouTube, whatever you choose, starting with one platform, because it can be overwhelming to do all the platforms. So I say, pick your platform and let's start there and let's go from there. And then after we talk about being omnipresent, we go into the monetization piece, right? So how do you monetize? How do you track your metrics? How do you scale? And rinse and repeat and do it all over again. So that's my 6-step process that I take my clients through. And, you know, I'm just super excited about the topic now. I'm in love with content, and it started from a place of being frustrated myself.
I totally understand it. I want to thank you so much for just, you know, raising your digital hand and saying, hey, I got a question. And actually agreeing to come on with no notice. You didn't know me from Adam. And just saying, yeah, I'll go out there. I'll see what's going on. I appreciate you.
And
I thank you. Let me ask you to just give your dates of your summit and your website one more time, and I'll let you get out of the hot seat.
Okay, and Teresa, thank you so much for accepting me. I know I was one in the crowd saying, "Hey, what about me? What about me?" And you said, "Yes, what about you? Come on here, Miss.
Come
Quick.
on, come on, Miss Quick.
Come on my summit like tomorrow." I'm like, okay. So I thank you for going with the name, right?
Yeah.
So my summit is Master and Monetize Your Content, October 27th through October 30th. And the website link is www.masterandmonetizeyourcontent.com. Cannot wait to see you there.
Awesome. I will be there with bells on. I thank you so much for stopping by, and I hope you have a great evening and get some rest. Don't work every day. That's what they tell me. I got to share.
Well, I got to work every day, Teresa, because I got to go. But I appreciate it. Just pray for me and keep me near your prayers, and God bless you. Thanks for the opportunity again.
Thank you for coming. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, that's, what can I say? This day is flying by. I can't believe it's already 5 o'clock. And you got to think, what's coming up next? Well, what's supposed to be coming up next is Myron Golden. And hopefully he will be clicking in here in just a minute. So I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be right back.
Hey, I have a quick question for you. Do you want a professional agency to handle all your video creation, syndication, and monetization needs? We totally understand that new leads and customers are the lifeblood for any business. And if you're looking to grow or scale your business, using video is definitely the best way to go. Here at Melrose 11, we specialize in getting you the results you need to help you grow your business by generating new leads, driving more traffic, and closing more sales without breaking your bank. Did you know, according to HubSpot, having a well-targeted video on your landing page can increase conversions by up to 80%? Yeah, and up to 64% of users are more likely to buy a product online after watching video than by text alone. And that 92% of mobile users share videos with others. And 90% of users say that videos are helpful in their purchase decision making. Incorporating video into your marketing and social media activity is no longer an option, it's an absolute requirement if you're looking for long-term success. Heck, it may even be essential for the very survival of a business. Here at Melrose 11, media truly is our passion. We create animated explainer videos, social teasers, catchy intros, full HD commercials, and even viewer interactive videos. So, if you're looking to elevate your brand, or attract more leads, generate more sales, increase traffic, or build up more exposure for your business, then you've definitely come to the right place. Our professional team will develop your video campaigns at an affordable price, with our fast turnaround times, and a quality of work that can't be beat. We look forward to working with you.
Hey, I just heard from Mr. Golden. He's on his way. Technical difficulties, but we've had technical difficulties all day. And I know Scott is out there right now going, I told you, don't use new software to do a launch like this. Stop laughing at me, Scott. I realize that now, but I'm going to be an expert at StreamYard when this is all said and done. This is going to be fun. We're going to do something similar to this again. I don't know if we're going to talk to 30 people in a single day. You know, Rhino Julie just texted me and said, eat your Wheaties. Yeah. At the next break, 2 hours from now, Rhino Julie, I'll go out and eat my Wheaties. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. I hope you're enjoying all the guests that are coming in. You know, we've had a lot of fun just talking with people and learning, learning where they're at, where they've been, and where they're going. And I can't believe how well this is going. I mean, I literally thought of this less than 2 weeks ago, and like a week and a half ago, and started asking people, hey, if I do this, will you come? And like just what just happened, Miss Quick was on. She didn't even know me. And she said, yes, she wanted to come on. So maybe I found something here, and maybe we're going to just take this to a new level. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I hope you're learning new stuff. The purpose of it all is to just get, ahead of the game and keep going. I don't know. He still isn't here. Gregory just popped up, but he still isn't here. I'm going to give Mr. Golden just a couple of more minutes, and I'm going to text him real quick and see if he can make it. Let's see. So I just text him to see if he's going to make it in. I hope he can. If not, he is our next episode of Expert Talk. He'll be on Saturday, and we'll definitely air that on social media so you can see what a phenom this man is and what he does. He's somebody that you want to get to know. And if you have the opportunity to ever hear him speak in public, to ever, hold on one second. I'm sending him the link. I'm answering his question right now. Telling him there's no software needed. Just come on in. Boom. He's having some technical difficulties over there. We'll see if we can't get him in for a couple of minutes, because I know his schedule is absolutely nuts. So, yeah, let me grab my brother. He's sitting over there. What's happening, Alan?
Hey.
I'm waiting
I heard
for
Myron was coming on. He's ducking me.
He says he's ducking me. He said, I'm on my way. He said, I'm on my way. So you got to stick around. Don't you go nowhere, because I want him to meet you. And he said, I heard Myron's on his way. He's ducking me. Yeah, he might be sticking and moving there, brother. Sticking and moving. He says he's coming in. I totally should have listened to Scott. I'm never going to live this down. Our note ninja is going to say, I told you, don't use new software to launch something this big. But it's fun, and I can click the buttons and play the commercials. You can't do that in Zoom.
Yeah. I mean, we've had a few hiccups, but I mean, overall, I think it's a great experience, and I'm looking forward for us to doing this again, maybe a million more times. Who knows?
Okay, I'm doing it maybe 1 or 2 more times. You can do the other 999,007 or whatever that's left, and then maybe Anna pick up 3 or 4. Because no, doing 30 interviews has been a lot of fun. Though at the time, I thought it would take longer to pass by, but the time is great. It's not taking much time at all, and I'm going, yeah, this is fun. This is fun. So who's been your best speaker? Who did you like the most so far?
For me, it's always Steve.
Mm-hmm.
He has so much energy, and you could tell that he loves what he does,
Mm-hmm.
and he loves passing it on to his people. And so it's really exciting. And Rhino Julie,
hold on,
I'm looking forward to meeting her.
There he is. Hold on. There's the man.
Hey.
Welcome to the new world. He gonna hurt me. He's like, if I wasn't 2,000 miles away, I would run over there and smack you.
Definitely not. Definitely. I was looking for a Zoom link. I'm like, I can't find the Zoom link. And I didn't know I saw that thing, StreamYard. I didn't know what that was because I've never done StreamYard before. So
StreamYard is new, and it's just because you can do commercials. But right here on the screen, before we get into it, and I know you only have a few minutes, Alan Estrada is my business partner, and who has said you were ducking him because of golf. So I'm just putting it out there.
Definitely did not duck you for golf. Did not play golf today. So definitely off the hook for that one. Been working all day. And I've been here I've literally been sitting here since 8 o'clock looking for a Zoom link in my email and Instagram.
Oh, I wish you just text me. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well,
oh my goodness. Alan, I'm going to let you go, and then we're going to get into it real quick. So I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Have a good interview.
You, sir. Good to meet you.
We'll meet up when you're out here.
I'll look forward to it.
How are you, sir?
I am utterly fantastic. Better now that I'm talking to you. How are you?
I am fantastic. I know that it's been crazy today, and you've been running around trying to get the Zoom link, and I should have explained it better, and I apologize for that.
No worries. No worries. I apologize for being late to the party.
So let's talk about what you do, because you are the man. I mean, you wrote this book, Trash Man to Cash Man.
Yes.
You definitely understand proper thinking. We went into that in your interview that's going to air this coming Saturday. So you guys, we're only going to get to talk to him for a few minutes because the schedule's off for him, but catch the full interview on Saturday, and I'll beg this man to come back and do another interview in a more extended length a little bit later.
No need to beg. I'll look forward to coming back, and I'll understand StreamYard then.
I'll take you back over to Zoom because you seem to be comfortable over there. So let's talk about, you're on stages. You're helping people literally go and build 6-figure, 7-figure businesses, not a year. You've helped people do this in
a day. Yeah.
Can we touch on that for just a second?
We have a ton of students who've done 6 figures in a day, and since 2018 we have at least 4 who have done over $1 million in a day in sales. Now, when you think about what a business exists for the purpose of delivering value to the marketplace in exchange for profits, right? So that's what selling is. Selling is uncovering the value of what I have to offer so well that people are happy to exchange the money they have in their pocket for the value I've revealed. And one of the biggest problems that people have, not just selling from the stage, but selling in general, is they don't understand what sales is. Most people, even people who are in sales, have been so programmed by what I call the cultural hypnotic societal mechanism that they believe that selling is something you do to someone and not something you do for someone. I happen to believe that selling is something you do for people. And because it's something you do for people, you have to love the people you sell to so much that you would never sell them anything that's not in their own best interest.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. So someone is sitting at home right now and they think they're successful.
Right.
They've got a 6 or 7 figure business
Sure.
a year, and they never even thought about the possibility of being able to do this in a day.
And
what would you tell them?
It kind of sounds like hype until you just do the math, right? And so basically what I teach people is to combine two different components of business together. One is what I call HV, and then you multiply that times HP. So what's HV? High volume. You sell a whole bunch of units. And then if you do that times high profit, now you have the ability to make a very large amount of money in a very short period of time. Unfortunately, we've been programmed by the cultural hypnotic societal mechanism to believe that time is money, time is money, time is money. And you've heard people say that, but only broke people think time is money. Rich people know time is not money, right? If somebody says time is money, I know they're broke. Because if you think time is money, what you do is you go through your life and you sell a whole bunch of your time to somebody for a little bit of their money. When you realize that time is more valuable than money, you'll spend as much money as necessary to buy back the rest of your life.
So when I'm looking at things, usually we're talking to people that are just getting started. They're just breaking through. They're bootstrapping. That's what my summit is about.
Sure.
When you never think about the person who is what they consider massively successful, and they really have hit a glass ceiling of their own doing.
Right.
You know, how do you break through that mental block that this could be you?
Well, first thing you have to do is you have to expose yourself to somebody who has what you are looking for, who is producing the results that you desire. And then my recommendation would be take on their beliefs and abandon your own. Take on their beliefs about business, take on their beliefs about sales, take on their beliefs about what it means to be successful in business, and abandon your own. See, what most people do, they'll find somebody who has what they want, and then they'll want to persuade that person to see things from their perspective. And there's no advantage to either party for them to do that. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. So I know that you do not take on everyone. You have an application process, and you may want to say a prayer because I haven't even been approved yet. So just keep going. But
did you apply? Did you apply?
No, but I'm gonna.
Oh, wow.
I am.
I didn't remember seeing your application come in. I don't see all of them, but I see a lot of them.
So what makes you decide, how many people you're going to take on, how many journeys you're going to take on, because you still only have 24 hours in a day like the rest of us?
Well, I do, but how much money you make, see, that's another myth. People who believe time is money believe in that. How many people I can teach has something to do with how much time I have, or how much money I can make has to do with how much time I have. I just saw a Forbes 400 video about the richest person in the world, and I think Jeff Bezos is worth $179 billion.
Isn't that crazy?
It doesn't matter how much money he has, he still only has 24 hours a day, same as you, same as me.
Right.
So obviously, how much money he makes has nothing to do with how much time he has. And one of the things that I teach people when it comes to generating large sums of money is, one, you have to separate your income generation from time. And two, what you have to do is nobody needs to make more money. Everybody makes plenty of money. What you need to do is take the amount of money you're making now and just make it faster. So and what do I mean by that? So you're already making enough money. Let's say the person's making $40,000 a year. Great. Start making $40,000 a month. Your life has changed.
Right.
You speed up the rate at which you generate revenue. If you're making $40,000 a year, start making $40,000 a week. There's no way in the world you can tell me your life doesn't change. Start making $40,000 a week. You're already making $40,000 a month or $40,000 a week. Start making $40,000 a day. And I know that sounds crazy because some people say nobody makes $40,000 a day. There are people who make so much money that if they only made $40,000 in a day, they would know they are backing up very rapidly.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, they'd be almost suicidal.
So
let's talk about
asking, what have I done wrong?
Exactly. Exactly. What about the fear of success? You know, there's a lot of people that are out there that could be brilliant doing whatever they want to do, and they're holding themselves back because they have this massive fear of success.
Well, and actually, if I may be so bold,
please.
What a lot of people mistake as fear of success or fear of failure is fear of neither, because they don't really have fear. What they really have is anxiety. Fear is caution over a real and present danger. I hit my golf ball, it lands on the ground, I go over to hit it again, and there's an alligator there that's 18 feet long, then I know that that's a real and present danger, so I let the alligator keep the ball and I go drop the ball somewhere else, right? That's a real and present danger. That's because of fear, because of the danger, right? But people who say they have a fear of success or a fear of failure, they don't really have fear, they have anxiety. Anxiety is caution over a future imagined danger. So I'm imagining the success and how my current friends are going to treat me and what my current people are going to think about me. And because I imagine that, then I have this anxiety because I have this caution and this angst over this danger that I'm imagining in the future. It's not even real. I'm just imagining it, right? Whether it be fear, quote, fear of success, which is really anxiety over success, or anxiety over failure. But what if I try this and it doesn't work? What if they say no? What if the deal doesn't go through? Well, if you don't make the offer, the deal already hasn't gone through and has no chance of going through.
Well, this is true. This is absolutely true. We could talk all day. I'm definitely going to set another appointment with you, and we can get into this. Your episode is coming up this Saturday. I'll make sure everybody has the links and share it. It'll be on Prime later. It's going to be on Cox Family Channel, all over the internet. I thank you so much. How does someone get in touch with you if they're trying to be, you know, in your next event, or just contact you about your services?
So if somebody has a business, and they already have a business, we can help them. If they don't have a business, we can help them too, but not in the same way, because they're not ready for what we do. Right? We take somebody from 10 to 50,000 a month up to 100,000 to $1 million a month. Right? So if you already have a business, here's where you go. Go to Key, and you already have some success. Go to keysofscale.com. KEYSOFSCALE.com. Go to keysofscale.com. And when you go there, I'll give you a free video that'll show you what I call the 5 golden keys of scale. If you want to reach out to me and you want to send me a message, you can hit me on Instagram. I'm at Myron Golden. Just like my name is spelled, just that one word, at Myron Golden. Send me a message on Instagram. Literally, it's faster to reach me through Instagram than it is through a text message.
I thank you so much, sir. I thank you for your time, all of your time, and being just a supporter of what we're trying to do here. You are amazing.
I love what you're doing. I love what you're doing. Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
The world needs more people like you.
Oh, thank you. The world needs more people like you, but I don't know if the world can handle, you know, a 6-pack of Myron Golden.
Well, hey, maybe we just transform the world 6 times faster.
Ooh, see, now that's a reason. That's a great way to segue and end this interview. I can't wait to talk to you again. Thank you so much. And I'll virtually see you on Saturday, and we'll set an appointment for you and I to just talk and catch up, because we have a lot of things to go over anyway.
Absolutely. I'll look forward to it, Teresa. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye. Wow, I love talking to that man. He is brilliant. And then what do you do when you have a former Motown recording artist, award-winning musician, sitting in the wings, just waiting patiently for you to show up? You sit here and panic and turn into a little shaky. See, I'm shaking. I'm shaking. Coming up to the plate right now is Gregory Williams. And I just lost his connection. Are you serious? There we are. Okay.
No, you didn't. All right.
Hey, how are you? I cannot see your camera though, sir.
Not bad. Let's see.
He's trying to get his camera. You know, it's the end of the day. I would blame it on Cox, but he's not even in Las Vegas, so I can't blame it on Cox. I'm just going to blame it on the world called internet and everything that we're trying to do. I know for a fact that even if we were on Zoom, which is what everybody's is accustomed to, you know, we'd be having a couple of difficulties. But today, we're going to get this through with StreamYard if it kills me. Okay. He's coming back. He's not coming back. I'm talking to myself. Somebody's going by and seeing the stream thinking Tigo has completely lost it this time. There he is. Yay.
Okay. Hello there.
How are you, sir? How was your day? And thank you for waiting.
My day was awesome. I am fine, and I thank you for having me here.
So let's talk about a few things. I mean, I'm looking over your shoulder like I have before because we have interviewed you and you are a part of our summit. And I appreciate you for that. I'm looking over your shoulder and I'm seeing, your book banner back there. I'm seeing these records hanging on the wall. These are not props.
No.
You have been in the music industry for most of your life. Let's talk about exactly who Gregory Williams is, founder of Switch, one of my favorite bands, and my host of my other show, The Playground, Eddie Fluellen, is part of Switch. Let's talk about you and what you do.
Oh God, what don't I do? I have no idea.
You don't do windows.
Well, I do those depending on the need, the situation. Trust me. No, but you know what I do for the most part is dream and follow them up. That's what I do. I come up with ideas and different things. I mean, Switch was something that I was set on my mother's steps when I was 18 years old, trying to figure out where I was going to go next. And I thought about, well, you can go here, 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 and this is how you're going to do it, and this is what you're going to need to do it. And next thing, I was telling everybody that I thought I needed to do it. Let's go do this. And the next thing, we were doing it. So, and that's been pretty much the story of my life. I don't sit on it too long. If it comes to me and I think it makes sense and it fits without being a major issue, then I go with it. And so thus far, Switch came out of it, and DeBarge came out of it, and a book came out of it, and a whole bunch of fun over the past 40 years or more.
Yeah, he says a book came out of it. Da, 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 da. You have worked with some of the best. I mean, let's just talk about that. You have worked with some of the best, and you have set a blazing trail for a lot of people to follow in this industry called entertainment and music. And you're a musician. We talk about this in the summit in detail, but can you just give us a few people that you've worked with over the years?
Oh, well, I don't even, God. When I was 19 years old, I signed with Barry White. Barry White was my manager. Believe it or not, when I put Switch together, Larry Graham was going to be my manager, but something kept that from not working. But Larry and I were friends from that point on. God, of course, Berry Gordy and the Motown alums from Stevie to Diana to Smokey to everybody that was there. God, there's so many people. Dionne Warwick and I are friends. I mean, I know a lot of people.
I had Eddie
the
on.
The majority of the people I know are in entertainment, but I know a lot of people.
Yeah, a lot of really cool people. I want to hang out with you when COVID's over. So I had Eddie on this morning, and he told us a story. He said that you told them being Switch, that you would have a record deal in 2 weeks, and you actually pulled that off. Now, there are people out there that have been dreaming of record deals their entire lives. There's no way they could put a date on it. How did you know you would have that deal in 2 weeks?
You want to hear something strange? I learned over the years to call that the audacity of faith. Because I just knew, I didn't know nothing about no 2 weeks. I just knew I had to give them a date and a time. And God saw fit to make it happen in 9 days. Okay?
Oh,
really,
wait, it was 9 days?
Joni and I left for California. We got to California on the 9th day of being here. We met Jermaine Jackson and his wife Hazel in an elevator. And that's pretty much what sealed the deal. Because we met him in the elevator. We wound up I'm trying to cut to the chase on it. We wound up giving him our demo tape. There's an intricate story there too. But that story is in this book in case somebody wants to know more about it.
Great to ask somebody. No, bring that book back up. Tell them what that book title is. Don't just wing it by. That book's important.
Absolutely. Thank you. No, I was going to bring it back anyway, but thank you. But yeah, it's all in here. The whole story of how that whole thing got off the ground and how Switch lived and, the differences it made. All the way at least to our Motown journey. There's more coming because now I've reinvented Gregory and I'm working on my second book and I'm working on a jazz album I've been dealing with for the past 30 years and come what may. As long as I'm breathing, I got another shot at it, so I'm going to take it.
We talked the other day and I told you I got to get through the summit. And just to let you know, I did my last summit interview on Saturday. Yay.
Good for you.
So I can dig out of the dungeon and actually get back to regular work. But we talked the other day about the knowledge that is just in here. You've got years of knowledge and connections and expertise that people would literally kill to spend 5 minutes with you. Just 5 minutes. Are you considering doing trainings and things like that? The crazy stuff that we're doing out here?
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's something someone talked to me about it a couple of days ago, and really kind of because I've been toying with it, but I mean I've got the time. I can make the time, especially under the current circumstances of how we're living in this world. You know, with Zoom and the different online
StreamYard.
community, exactly the different ways to get this done. Yeah, I am. I am open. I am interested, and I am considering. Okay, how are you going to do it, and what you're going to talk about? So,
How do you split your identity? And by that I mean, how do you go from artist to management to, the complete creator of major, not just projects, but groups that are legendary? Switch is legendary. How do you do that? How do you switch your hats, or do you switch them at all and you're always doing all of that?
that's what I was getting ready to say. You see this hat? I got a million of them, and that's what it is. I become the individual, whatever the need calls for at the time. I become that guy. For example, an hour and a half ago, I was sitting downstairs in my studio recording a vocal for a track, over and over, and it was giving me a little rough time, but I stayed with it until I got it. And now that that's done, now I can do a couple pages in the book, or better yet, sit here with you and talk to you for a minute, and then go do a few pages of the book. So, no, but whatever the situation calls for, whatever it demands, because I don't believe in can't. I really don't believe in can't. I mean, and I would think of all the conditions and that could have held me back, that have held many people of my complexion and ethnicity and age and all of that has held us back, and I didn't see it. I refuse to let it hold me back.
If somebody is looking at this right now, and do you need to get that? Do we
No, I need to
stop?
shut it off.
Okay.
Go ahead.
If someone is looking at this right now and they're saying, I want to be him, I want to create bands and groups, I want to manage, I want to do all of that, is it too late? Has COVID changed it forever and that can never happen?
Oh no,
Okay.
not at all. In fact, it's given a lot of stuff new life. You just have to have a different approach to it. The same old tried and true may not be the road to get you there this time. So you just got to figure out the next road. But no, there are new opportunities all the time. Think about it. There were people that used to go out and do this, 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 and this that cannot no longer go out and do this, this, and this. So they've got to reinvent themselves in their own home. Because they can't just sit there and become a television, or they can't just sit there and become a chair. They've got to do something if they're alive. And they need a conduit. They need a way to get it done. And all they have to do is look for it, and they will look for it. And part of that, just like you were asking me a moment ago about sharing knowledge and all that, part of that is something that I could deliver, that I could help them do. So.
You also, another skill that other people may not even know about is you are a genius when it comes to understanding contracts.
Absolutely.
And when it comes to writing contracts. In the music industry and entertainment, period, how important is contracts?
Oh, that's the lifeblood of it. And understanding it is even more so. And you know what? Ironically, people ask me, what's the best advice you can give an artist? First thing I tell them is to believe in themselves. And the second thing I tell them is to get somebody that does business that believes in them as much as they believe in themselves. Because business, they call it the music business, but it should be the business of music. It should flip the other way around. Because without no business, you'd be playing sad songs all the time. You have to know where your income, the thing that makes you survive, the things that allows you to continue to play music. You have to know where it's coming from, where it's going. You have to find out the many ways that what your creations have split off into that are bearing money. And without knowing that, you're just there, and it's unfair. And a lot of musicians, I see music and business as the left brain, right brain kind of thing. And a lot of musicians cannot get it. And understandable. It's two different entities. So with that in mind, you need somebody to take care of the business for you as well. They are equally important.
So what's next for you? What's going on over there? I've seen amazing music from Switch online, and I'm going, wait, that's new music. They're still doing new music. And I'm going, okay, so what's in your plan for now while we're still in COVID and when COVID is passed by?
As I said too, that me and the fellows just did we just had a Zoom call at 4 o'clock, a Zoom meeting at 4. We meet once a week. We are doing new music. We are also doing some things with our old music. So I'm making sure that that legacy continues to live. And fortunately, the two of the guys that started it with me and the others that are just as deep and just as loyal and just as committed, we are trying to keep Switch alive. So that's first. Second to that, I'm down in my studio. I was doing a vocal earlier, and that was for the Switch project, but I'm doing my jazz album. I set it aside for 10 years. I started as a jazz trumpetist, and I set it aside for 10 years, and it's time to get it done. I'm doing my book. Also, crazily enough, I'm trying to get my audio book done as well. So if those things don't keep me finished, keep me filled up, I cook.
I'm coming to your house.
I don't, yes. Yeah, I got a spare bedroom too because you won't leave. No, the guys know. I enjoy it. That's my therapy, let's say, on top of everything else. So, I mean, between the music, the book, the cooking, life is full.
Well, on a different note, before I let you go, let me just tell you this. When you're ready to do your audiobook, hit me up because we can take care of that for you and take that pressure off your plate. And you know me, I don't do things the traditional way. We'll do it in a technology way that'll make it quicker, faster, and definitely up to your standard, because I do not want that look you get when things are not right.
That's real.
That's real. Let's grab your book and tell everybody how they can find your book. Let's tell them how they can get in touch with you.
Absolutely. Again, this is my book, for all 560 pages of Switch, DeBarge, Motown, and me. Pretty much mine and Switch's autobiography, let's say, up to a point. This book is all over the place. It's Amazon, Border, Barnes and Noble, all the little thrift bookstores and mainstream bookstores, and also it's everything online you can get it, but mainly switchentertainmentworld.com, which is my website. You can get it there as well. In fact, if you want a signed copy, that's the best place to get it. I just dropped the price on it too, so it's kind of cool. So, and that's where you can find out about the group and what we're doing, our history. There's footage, there's all kind of stuff there. Also, you got Gregory Williams on Facebook.com. You've got I'm Mr. G on Instagram. So I'm all over the place. You can find me. Look for the hat. You'll find me.
And if you want to find this man and find out about the business of music and more about his history, please come and check out the summit, because we had a good hour together and he went all the way in. He didn't hide anything. He didn't hold back anything. He really is sharing for everybody to check it out. And the summit is free. So come check it out and hang out with us. And I'm going to get this young man to come back on the show because we've got so many other roads to go down, and we've only touched just a little, maybe a block down from his house right now. There's 100 miles more to go. I thank you so much, sir, for being on with me again today.
Teresa, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I'm enjoying. And we'll do this again.
Yes, we will, sir. I thank you so much, and you have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thank you very much. Take care.
You too. Hey, we're trying to catch up and get back on schedule, as I used to say back in Chicago. And our next guest is sitting in the waiting room. He's ready to pop in, and I'm trying to get his attention because I'm about to bring him up live. Hey, Anish, how are you? Are you there? Hello? 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 Look up. He's not looking up. He doesn't even know I'm talking to him. Hi, I'm talking to you. He still doesn't know I'm talking to him. Okay, let's see if we can get him with a private chat. He sees a text. 10 seconds, he's going to look up and realize that he's actually on. This I love. I love this line. Hello, 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 hello. Can he not see me? Okay, we're going to go to a break and I'm going to let him know that we are live.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hey, I'm over here waving at you going,
I can't hear you. I
you
can't
can't
hear
hear
you.
me? You can't hear me. It must be on your system because I can hear you. Let's see what we can do here. It says we're on.
Wait a minute.
Can you hear me now? Let's take a quick break and we'll figure out what's going on with this young man.
All
Can you hear
right.
me?
Yeah, I can.
Awesome. How are ya?
I am good. I am good, Tigo. How are you doing?
I'm good, Anisha. We're sitting here. I'm going, he's gonna see me. I'm waving at him. We're live. Here we go. Here we go. Where's he at? Where's he at? Welcome, young man. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good, Tigo. You have been busy all day today. I can imagine you must be feeling exhausted.
Don't talk about it. I got like another hour and a half to go. We just hanging out. We're not even going to discuss what's going on right now. We're going to talk about what you do and how you do it. The fact that you are in our summit as well, and you share more about that. But your business, I should say, your fun business is something I have a great passion for, and that's artificial intelligence. Let's talk about AI. What are you doing?
It's interesting. Yes, AI is the new buzzword in the industry today. So, we are building a micro AI solution, a small AI solution for engineers in the oil and gas industry or sector to help them accelerate some of the technical evaluation work that they do. And they spend a lot of manual time doing it day in and day out throughout the year. And it's not that much of a fun work for any engineer to do, because it's very manual, it's very document intensive as opposed to creativity, designing new products. So we want to take that work or lighten the burden on the engineers around that work. And so that is what we are doing. Currently we are running 2 pilots with a client in Houston, with 1 client in India, and hopefully it'll work out and it'll be one of the biggest solutions. We haven't found anybody else doing this in our space. So it's a very fascinating space to be in.
And on top of that, I mean, you're doing something that I love. And I went, what? AI? Oh my God. On top of that, you're all about the mindset. You've got a podcast, you're a coach. You're on both sides of the spectrum. So let's talk about your podcast.
Yeah, so I have a personal development or self-development is one of my passions, and I've studied the subject a lot, especially mindset, thoughts, belief systems, and how to reprogram your subconscious mind, because we operate 95% of what the decisions we make, how we go about day to day, and even making bigger decisions are all happening in an autopilot mode. And if people don't know why they make certain decisions, they can never improve. So I have a podcast which is called as Empower Your Mind for Success. And I talk about all these things on that podcast. And what is the science behind it? Why do we operate the way we do? What are new subjects like quantum physics, epigenetics, neuroplasticity? What are these new streams of science talking about how these impact us at a cellular level, at the mind level, at the subconscious level? Some people call subconscious spiritual level. So I talk about this as a daily podcast. I do about 10-15 minutes every episode, and I discuss that with my audience, and I take questions and have some guests sometimes. Teresa, I'll have you on the podcast very soon. So that is what I do on my podcast.
When you're talking about an entrepreneur's mindset and you're talking about mindset in general, we covered this a little bit in the summit. You guys have to check that out. But there's a business mindset, corporate mindset. You shared that with us. And there's an entrepreneurial mindset. Can you just share a little bit about what's the difference?
Yeah, that's a great question. I have spent 21 years on the corporate side of the world. So, I've always I've been trying to dabble a lot in entrepreneurship, but finally last year, 12 months since, I'm in full-time entrepreneurship now. There are several differences, right? But, some of the key differences are, in an employee world, you're always surrounded by by peers and subordinates, and you always have someone to report into. So you always have someone to bounce off your ideas, decisions before you make it. In the entrepreneurial world, that's not the case. It's usually, I mean, I still call entrepreneurship as a team sport, especially if you have mentors, but it's a lonely journey. You have to make your own decisions, you have to make your own rules, and you have to, go full speed ahead. In the employee world, failure is not tolerated as much than it is in the entrepreneurship world. In the employee world, you're working for clients, or you're working for your company, and 3 strikes and you're done, pretty much, or you will not get promoted. But in the entrepreneurial world, failure is the only way to move forward, because you have to take massive action on a daily basis every day. The more you fail, the more you learn, the better you get. Right. So these are the 2 major differences, in my opinion. And it all boils down to mindset. Goal setting is another. In the corporate world, you are given the goals based on the corporation's goal. In the employee world, you have to set your own goals based on your 5-term, 5-year term, 3-year term, 1-year term, monthly, daily goals. And you have to surround yourself with positive people, positive energy, with mentors who have been there, done that. So these are at least 3 differences, I would say, Teresa, between these 2 cultures, and they're very, very, very different.
How would someone, because when you're an entrepreneur, especially, and when we talk about bootstrapping, because that's what the summit is all about, how would somebody go and battle that? Because they're corporate, they're still doing that during the day. They still have to have that corporate mindset during the day. And then they go into a phone booth, and for you young people, look it up on Google if you don't know what a phone booth is. But they go into a phone booth and they switch it up, and now they're doing their entrepreneur thing, and they've got to switch their mindset to that. How do you do that?
It's a challenge. If you're doing both at the same time, it's a challenge. And that's what I went through, that struggle and that learning journey. But that is why, I say in the entrepreneurial world, especially if you're doing a side hustle, do not do it alone. You have to sign up for a mastermind group. You have to sign up for a coaching program or sub-mentorship program, especially sign up for someone's coaching program who has been there, done that, or what you want to do, right? Because these people are 5-10 years ahead of you, and they have gone through the same journey that you have. So you have to learn from the people and follow. And the biggest thing is you have to be willing to learn. Okay. If you're not willing to learn, entrepreneurship is not going to work for you. Doesn't matter whether it's a hustle or a full-time thing. Entrepreneurship is a personal growth journey. Unless you grow yourself, you will fail in entrepreneurship. Your business will stall at a certain point. You'll hit a roadblock, and your business will never scale. So you have to grow. And you will never grow till you are willing to learn. And to be willing to learn, you always have to surround people who are smarter than you, who have achieved more than you. And it is a constant thing. It's not that, okay, I got to my 100K, now I'm good. I've got to my 1 million, I'm good. No, you got to keep on learning and surrounding yourself with people. So
now with the internet, there is so much knowledge out there. I mean, you could never read everything on a certain subject right now. So how do you determine what you're going to read, what you're going to follow, who you're going to learn from? What process do you go through to make your selections on who you're going to surround yourself with?
It's a great question. I think the number one thing that you have to do is you have to align your business goals with who you want to follow, what you want to read, which Facebook groups you want to join. And if there are some people who are trying to figure out what business should I do, if it's a side hustle, don't even bother starting something just because you want to make money. I know making money is very important, but start something first that you're passionate about. And even if you're passionate about watching Sports Center every day, you could start a business around that. It's not about, it has to be something unique or novel. You could be, a big movie watcher, a big movie lover. You could even start a business around that. But you have to find what your passions are and find out what your strengths are. Align those passions and strengths with people who have been there, done that. Don't even worry about if the business is unique or not. Actually, you should not do a business that is unique. You should do a business where there's a lot of competition. That's how it works in the entrepreneurial world. Maybe we can talk about that in another day. But do that, and then you have to continuously upgrade your mindset. See, if you're an employee mindset guy, you will struggle in the entrepreneurial world. But slowly and slowly you upgrade your mindset to an entrepreneurial mindset, you will even excel in your employee world.
So don't be afraid of competition is what you just told me.
Absolutely not. Actually, you should embrace competition and try to move forward and do businesses where there is enough competition. I mean, don't go for red oceans. I'm not saying go with a red
I
ocean
was ready to go
strategy,
there.
right? It has to be like, you start with a red ocean and then you got to find your niche, because like you said, Tigo, online businesses, you have to find your niche and have an abundance mentality. Okay, if you can't have a scarcity mindset in the entrepreneurial world, you need to have an abundance mindset, which means there are enough people and there is enough money and there is enough opportunity for everyone to make money. You just have to find your special niche that only you can provide services and products in that niche the way you can. Nobody can compete with you from that perspective.
You hear people say, limitless mindsets and, limitless thought and all that. But a lot of people are limited and they're limiting themselves. Nobody's told them they can. They've just predetermined that they can. I mean, years ago when I was training people in sales, we were doing door-to-door sales back in the day. Yes, I'm old enough for door-to-door sales. Stop looking at me like that. I know people are looking at me. I would teach my sales team that the hardest door to get through is your car door, because you're convincing yourself before you even start that person's not going to open the door, they're not going to buy, they're not going to do a demo, and then you go home and eat whatever, and then you blame the job for the 20 pounds you just gained. How do you get yourself from being limited in your mindset to being limitless? And is there stops along the way?
Yeah, so it's a great question. Before I answer, I want to give some context.
Okay.
I was talking to one of the known figures in epigenetics. Epigenetics is a new subject in biology. It is like about 10, 12 years old. Very, very new. And Dr. Pelletier, who the person I was talking to, has been the chairperson of the American Medical Association. He's a professor at University of Southern California. And he was saying the genetic difference between a human and a chimpanzee is 1%. Okay, so if you are 1% this way, you would be a monkey, and 1% this way, you're a human. So there isn't much difference in that perspective. Now, with that context, the number one thing for you to change your limited potential into unlimited potential is to change your thoughts. Now, you cannot change your thoughts unless you are aware of what you want to do and unless you are intentional of what you want to do. Mm-hmm. So you have to observe yourself of why you are making your decisions, because your thoughts become your programs in your subconscious mind, and your programs run your body to take the right action. Mm-hmm. So in the entrepreneurial world, unless you have a goal, unless you are a passionate guy, or a girl, and you're not intentional, you cannot arrest or pattern interrupt the way you make decisions. So thought is what everything begins with. Whatever you have in your life is a physical manifestation of your thoughts in your mind. Everything and anything that you have. Now, the beauty of this is you are more in control. If you change your thoughts, you can get what you want, right? So don't feel dejected that, I'm in a bad situation. You should feel happy that because you can change the way you think, you can change your outcome. One of my favorite quotes, Tigo, is from a book called as The Science of Getting Rich, written in 1911 by Wallace Wattles. And Wallace Wattles said, now this book was written 25 years before the Think and Grow Rich book was written, which is the grandfather or the grand Bible in entrepreneurship. So Wallace Wattles says, by thought, the thing you desire is brought to you. By action, you receive it.
That's amazing.
Right? So you can keep thinking, but if you don't take action, nothing will work. So yes, thought is where you start with, but you will never take action till you keep on thinking that, reprogram a subconscious mind and allow your body to take action. And you will only do this if you're passionate or really, really interested in that particular subject.
Well, I can't think of a better way to close out the segment. You and I, of course, can talk for hours. We're going to have you come back on. You are in our summit. So you guys definitely come and check it out because he goes there. If you thought this was good, wait till you see I think we talked almost an hour as well and really went in on all of this and thought patterns and your business and everything. Tell people how to find you, how to get in touch with you for your coaching, and also tell them when your summit is coming. Have you set a date for that?
Yeah, my summit actually starts day after tomorrow on Wednesday. It's called as thescienceofinspiration.com. That's the URL, thescienceofinspiration.com. And if you want to find me, empowermindset.coach. I'm a John Maxwell certified coach and speaker and trainer. So you can find me that way. If you just Google me with that name on the screen right there, Anish Verma, you will find me and I will be able to help you. You can email me from my website as well.
Anish, you are the best. I will definitely have you come back if you will. I love talking to you. I learn new things. And sometimes I go, oh, maybe I'm not as crazy as I thought because you'll say things I'm thinking. I thank you so much for coming to hang out. I thank you for waiting because we got a little bit behind schedule. I thank you for waiting, and I'm sure we'll talk very, very soon. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Tigo. I'll see you next time. Take care.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so Catherine Jones is supposed to be coming up next, but she had a schedule conflict, so she couldn't make it. So I decided, well, I actually asked her if it would be okay if I just grab a clip from her interview that she did on Expert Talk a few weeks ago. And she said, of course, go ahead. So this particular segment is directly from her interview on Expert Talk with Tigo, and you guys can find, I will put that up there, Expert Talk with Tigo. And you can just, check it out. I'm sure you're going to love it. And it's just a little 5-minute clip, but I promised you guys we would have Catherine Jones, and I can't not at least deliver a little bit. So sit right there. I'll be right back after this.
I am charged with this great vision, this beautiful vision to have this life, and also probably fueled by a little bit of, fury that he wronged me, right? And so at that point, I had an agency, and we were just all over the place. We would have a client, Teresa, where we would just kill it, right? Just crush it. Where I would be like, I am the internet. We are amazing. Anything's possible for us. And then our very next client, we would bomb, right? It was I'm never doing this again. I'm sorry. Don't look at me. Everything's terrible. And this inconsistency, I was like, listen, if I'm going to be serious about being a super present dope mom one day and taking over the world, I've got to figure out how to be consistent. I've got to figure this out. And so I was probably more obsessed than the average bear, right? In trying to understand what was happening. And so I started to do some studies, trying to figure out why is my stuff inconsistent? And this is what is nuts, Teresa. I started to come across studies from Google and Stanford and so many others that said that the credibility of your website, people take only 0.05 seconds to determine the credibility of your website. Now, for context for how fast that is, if you, everybody watching this, literally go to your phone right now, try and start and stop 0.05, you won't get. And what is amazing is that, again, in 0.05 seconds, they're determining the credibility of your website. And what's even more fascinating is that in those 0.05 seconds, over 90% of what they're judging is your design. So you might have the best product in the world. You might have the best service in the world. You might actually be the guru of all gurus. But
I feel so guilty because I do that all the time.
It's nuts, right? But if your design is not how people are expecting it to look, you automatically lost the sale because people won't even stay on your site long enough to see what you're actually
exactly
saying. And so it was this really interesting moment for me where I was it was this double-edged sword where I was I found it. This is yes, we found how to make stuff consistent. And then on the other side, I was oh, dang it, I don't know anything about design. I got a situation here, right? And it was really interesting. People to learn design, it was either go learn coding. I was I don't want to learn how to code, right? And or go back to school. And I was over my dead body, am I going back to college? Right? I don't want to do that. Go learn Photoshop. And the interesting thing is I didn't want to be a designer. And I just wanted my stuff to work. So maybe one day I could have kids and still have impact outside my home. That's all I really wanted. And so I think because of that, and again, born out of stubbornness to not be a designer, I started to think about design in the sense of like, what if design isn't actually an art? And if you guys can see here, my books are color coded. I'm self-diagnosed OCD. Like
Your
my
books are
chapstick,
color coded.
my chapstick's Velcro to my desk. You know what I'm saying? Like I got something going on, and I'm very systematic. I'm very formulaic, and so all of a sudden I started to think like, what if design isn't an art? What if it's just a science? Like, what if it's just a series of steps to take and a series of decisions to make and a series of tools to use? Like, could that be a thing? And it was almost annoying, Teresa, how quickly that hypothesis turned out to be true, in the sense where it's like, what have we been doing this whole time, everybody? And finally cracking this code on what does it look like to take a product or a service or even an idea or message out into the world where people will actually take it. And so we figured it out in this realm of funnels, and it's been so fun ever since, where it's like, oh my gosh, does this same thing apply to a video or to a podcast? Or to a Facebook Live or Instagram story or stage where you saw me, right? Like, could this concept of presenting stories or offers that convert, could there be a formulaic approach across all mediums? That there is.
Yeah.
And again, so fun in the sense that when you know how to design hack, when you know how to present stories that convert, the most powerful thing happens. All of a sudden, your stories become your customer stories, which means that your solutions become their solutions.
Wow. I wish she could have made it here, but I had to share just that little bit of a clip. And she's going to be she's Insider Summit, so you can check her out there. And if you want to follow Catherine Jones, you want to find out about her programs, just hashtag her on social media, hashtag her on Google, Catherine Jones, and you will find out this lady is definitely blazing trails that some of us just dream about. I'm going to take a little break for about 10 seconds, and then we're going to come back with Diane Cornell. We're going to Hollywood. Sit right there. We'll be right back. Hi, are you a business owner, an entrepreneur, or starting your own business and wish you had an opportunity to sit down with an expert in your field? Well, check your local listings and watch Expert Talk with Tigo. I'm Tigo, and I'll talk to you very soon. We're going to bring Diane up. She's going to talk to us. We're going to talk about the business of Hollywood. 1, 2, 3. There you go.
I got to fix my shirt. Ooh.
How are you? I'm hearing an echo.
Oh no. Let me turn my volume down. Sorry.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay, how's that?
Deo.
That better?
Still got it.
Ooh. How's that?
Deo. That's a little bit better.
Okay. Is that better?
Let's see. Nope, still can hear me. Do you have your headset?
No, I can hear you.
Okay. So let's talk about. We're getting big time echo from your computer.
No, it's my phone.
Oh, it's your phone. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
You have a headset
Maybe if I
for your
move it
phone?
away. Maybe if I move it away from my computer, is that any better?
Let's see. Nope.
Is that any better?
Nope. Still hearing it.
No.
Do you have a headset?
No, I do not. Hold on a second.
All right,
I'm
I'll
not
play a
on now.
commercial.
People
We'll
aren't
be right
watching me
back.
be stupid, right?
I'm gonna play a commercial. We'll be right back.
Well, hey, what are you doing up here in space? Oh, I know. You're looking for some airtime for your show. But you don't know where to look, do you? Well, we can help you with that. See, Gutsy can get your show on Roku and Amazon Fire TV. Sounds good? Oh, well, of course it does. See, they offer a free consultation too, so contact them right away. Gutsy TV Network. your pathway to the stars. GetGutsy.com.
Hi, are you a business owner, an entrepreneur, or starting your own business and wish you had an opportunity to sit down with an expert in your field? Well, check your local listings and watch Expert Talk with Tigo. I'm Tigo, and I'll talk to you very soon. So we're waiting for Diane to come back. She'll be back in just a minute. She had to go get a headset. Technology has been our friend and our enemy today. We've had a lot of things go on, but I think she is ready to go. So Diane, ready? Let's go.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Oh,
Still listening
good.
to me, though.
I
How
can
is
hear
that
you.
possible? No,
Because I have
I'm
you on
listening
the.
to me. How is that possible?
I don't know.
Because it's echoing there. Do you have a computer on and a phone?
Hmm.
Can you mute your
Computer's off.
Okay. It doesn't make sense that I'm listening to myself.
I don't know.
That's so funny.
I can hear you fine.
Okay, well, let's talk about Hollywood.
All right.
So you have been a line producer for 5 or 6 minutes?
Yeah, about that.
What do you do in
Yeah, you know,
Hollywood?
I mean,
What do you do
I've been working in the film
production?
industry for 30 plus years.
30 plus years on the business side of Hollywood.
Yep.
What does that mean?
Oh gosh. Well, you know, it means everything as far as you know, making a movie is starting up a new business every time. You're basically establishing a new company, you're starting a new business. Every time, new company, new people, new set of circumstances.
Does it matter like if you're doing film or a show or like a comedy show?
Well, there's differences certainly, but you know, I mean, the basics are there that are the same. You know, as far as setting up a company, an LLC, and then setting up your bank account, and depending on where you're going, how you're hiring, what the local laws are, and union rules, and so on, and restrictions. So there's a lot of research to do depending on what you're doing, where you're doing it, but really, there are certain basics that go without saying. You know, you're going to have to start a company. You're going to have to open a bank account. You're going to have to get people's signatures, you know, be on that bank account. You're going to have to hire a lawyer. You know, you're going to have to do contracts. So it's the basis for starting any company, really. So you're basically starting a new company, you know, every time, unless you're working with studios. That's a whole different thing because they're their own world.
They're their own world.
They are.
You have a film idea and you get it budgeted somehow. How far out are you before you can go into production? Typically.
Oh, well, for example, I just did a budget for producers in New York on a project, and, you know, they figure by next fall, they might have their funding, so a year away.
Wow. Okay.
You know?
Now let me ask you about independent film. What's the difference between independent and union?
Well, I mean, there's not really difference. I mean, independent means you're using private money, usually somebody else's, not usually a studio, you know, a private investor or a group of people. You know, we have one picture right now that we're getting close to talks coming through completion for $11 million. That's an investor out of Italy. Now, you know, if that happens, if things don't fall apart during negotiating all the terms, then you might have a movie. So once you find the person, you still got to go through all the negotiating and figuring out how it's going to work and, you know, what everybody's deal is going to be. So, you know, and that takes a lot of time. And sometimes there's more people involved than you'd like. That makes it more difficult. So there's a lot more to talk about. But, you know, in the end, if you want to get it done, you'll figure a way out to get it done. Like, you know, the guy Wayne you had on earlier, I was listening to him, you know, it's like, if you want to make it happen, you'll make it happen. You know, sometimes people are difficult, but you can still make it happen. You got to be willing to, you know, compromise. You got to be willing to give more maybe than you want sometime than another. But, you know, in the end, maybe the movie will come out, do great, and you'll do another picture with those same people that you originally thought were really difficult because they could make it happen.
How important is having a name attached with your project?
Well, it's important. Movies are still based on sales, and they're still based on distribution and what those names will bring. So, it's really the distribution companies that decide if people you have attached to your film are going to sell it and recoup the amount of money they're going to have to put in. Because when you figure the budget, let's say your budget's 3.5 million, a distributor in general is going to have to put in almost the same amount of money to distribute and put your picture out. Now, things are changing quite a bit, as everybody knows, with COVID. Unfortunately, like Regal Cinemas is closing down 540 theaters. That's distribution that's domestic. So it's becoming right now more of a foreign market and streaming market. The big A-lister names might not be as important. I think Hollywood and how we did things and looked at things is evolving. I think there's going to be a new Hollywood, and it's evolving, and the new people that are coming into it, the younger people, and the people who are streaming content, and the people who are producing for these ventures in streaming and television right now, is going to be the new way with features. Theaters are going to change. Theaters are going to be more, I think, of an overall entertainment center. They're not just going to be just movies, and they're going to have movies, certainly, but it's going to cost more. It's going to be a different environment, and it's evolving. So we'll see what the next 10 years brings.
What about all these different platforms out there? We got Netflix, we got Hulu, Disney is streaming now, NBC is streaming now. What is the new one called for NBC? But there's so many different avenues. Does that make it easier for them to get their film distributed, or does that not change anything at all?
It's all in who you know. If you can get into Netflix and get someone to look at your product, if it's finished, or get them involved in production, it's great. Mm-hmm. If you can't, you go to where you can make content. If it's Acorn, if it's Hulu, if it's Amazon Prime, whatever it is. And there's all kinds of new streaming content that are opening up. So that's opening up. It's the same as when we did features just for studios or movies of the week. Again, it's going to be who you have the relationships with and getting your product in there. But you still got to have a quality product, whether it's just a script or a finished product.
It seems that years ago you would never see a celebrity do a commercial or do an independent project. Yeah. But now they're popping up everywhere.
They're not making movies; they got to make money. And commercials pay pretty well still, I think. And that's okay. They're people. They have to make money, so that's what they do. They keep their face out there so you can remember them. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to forget Jennifer Aniston if she doesn't do a face cream commercial. But good for her. It's work, it's money. And she's beautiful, so who doesn't like to look at her?
So what happens with like a commercial? I want to do a national commercial. Do I need a budget? Do I need to go through every step that I would go through for a film?
Pretty similar. I mean, commercial budgets are different. I've never produced commercials myself. Mm-hmm. I haven't been interested in that. But they have a different budget format and they have different considerations. They're shooting. Let's make some numbers up. All right, let's say you're going to make an orange juice commercial and you've got $3 million because you want to make the best orange juice commercial you can. Mm-hmm. You're going to spend that $3 million over like maybe a 3 to 5 day period. Mm-hmm. Now, I can spend $3 million and make an entire feature. All right, but in an orange juice commercial, it's all about the lighting, the look of the orange juice. Instead of doing 2 or 3 takes like you do in a movie of an actor delivering a performance, you got to make the orange juice look perfect. It's got to drip out of the bottle perfectly. It's got to fall at the right pace. The DP has to light the orange juice perfectly so it looks yummy. So they have different considerations. They also have probably a group of people who work at that orange juice company all standing there saying, more orange, more yellow. Can we put a little kid behind it, make him smirk at the orange juice? I mean, and they'll want all their stuff because they're the marketing people selling the orange juice. So it's a whole different world, but they do the same thing. They have budgets, they have call sheets. They generate their numbers and they follow their costs, and it's a smaller production, but it has all the same elements to it.
So you were gracious enough to come into our summit, and I appreciate that. And
I love it.
the summit is coming up, and you went into the business of entertainment, but you also went into the importance of media for business, because hey, everybody's going through this right now.
Oh,
If
yeah.
an independent filmmaker is sitting there and they don't have $3 million, they just have great equipment. You know, and they want to get started. Where would you tell them to just get started?
I would say put your time and effort into your writing, whatever it is. The writing is what's important. If you don't have the money, you got to do the writing. It's you know, I mean, you should have anyway, even if you have the money. But if you're going to make something yourself with your own camera and you just have a little bit of money, make sure you write something good that's going to work for your numbers, so you put the money in the right places. So, you know, I mean, you think about people in the past, without throwing names out, that made movies for $7,000, their first movies, you know, that got them some attention. It's because they put that $7,000 into whatever, an actor, a location, their post, and then they did the rest of it themselves. You know, so it can be done. It's hellacious, but it can be done. And, you know, younger people have the energy to do it. Certainly they do it for their student films, you know, quite a bit. In fact, I just got invited to be on the panel to be a judge for the Puerto Rican International Film Festival. So I'm going to be looking at a lot of new work from young filmmakers in the Puerto Rican world. And I'm excited about that. A good friend of mine in New York invited me to do that for him. And so there's, you know, people are everywhere making movies, great stuff with very little. But, you know, in the real world of making bigger pictures, there's a lot of considerations now. And COVID certainly has added to it.
I totally understand. I want to thank you for taking our time and like the last minute. I mean, literally, we were talking while I took a lunch break.
Oh, well, I'm glad you got to eat something. I'm sorry I'm so technically challenged here, it seems, these days. And I have a new laptop, and for some reason, I'm just still technically challenged. So
I love you. I thank you for coming on. I know you'll be on again. We got many more projects coming down the road. Have a great day, my friend. Thanks for stopping by.
You too, sweetheart. Be well. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hey, coming up next, we have Dr. Sonia Stribling. Now, I have just been introduced to her, but what I've read and what I've seen, you guys are going to be blown away. But you're also going to realize you got to have your story and you got to have your journey. And she's going to talk to you about what that means and what her story is. So let's welcome her to the set. Hey, doctor, how are you?
I'm doing great, Teresa. Thank you so much for having me. I am super excited. I've heard a lot of great things about you and what you do, so I got to say thank you so much.
Ooh, I'm excited now.
Yes, for sure.
Don't believe everything you hear. No, I'm kidding. I thank you for the last minute. I mean, truly last minute. You agreed to come on, and I know your time is tight, but I just want people to be able to see what I've read. Can you just share a little bit about your story, your practice, and exactly what it is that you do?
Wow. So where do I start? Let's just start with, first, I'm a U.S. Army retired major, combat veteran. I served my country for 21 years, and I've been Iraq was one of those foreign lands that I spent about 15 months there. I'm the mother of 3 kids. I have 3 grown children, 21, 26, and 34. I had my first child when I was 15 years old. And so I stand before you as a statistic, as they say. So don't always let those stats fool you, because you can still become someone and really pave the way for others. To go back, I would say probably 5 years ago, if I may, Teresa, just to kind of paint a picture of TG.
Yes, please.
Paint a picture of 5 years ago, I found myself in a place after retiring from the military, because no one really had that conversation of what do you do when you grow up? Like when you retire from the military, and you've been leading men and women into battle, and just in as far as being in the military. And I found myself in a very depressed place. And when I say depressed, where I was really in a place where I wanted to take my own life, because I was dealing with coming back from Iraq a couple of years prior and going through a horrendous divorce after being married 18 years. So it was a bit much to try to handle. But I am a woman of faith, so I did make it through, and I just decided I was going to help other women. Reflecting on having a child at 15, being raped and left for dead at 17, joining the military, going playing college ball, just one thing after another. So my world was spiraling, out of control. I can't even talk now, but it's just really getting to a place where I just wanted more. And so although, those things you read about me, it didn't start there. I didn't wake up like this. I know Beyonce says that, but I did.
She said, I'm not Beyonce.
Yes, exactly.
She says, I'm not Beyonce. I know there's someone out there who also had a child young that is feeling stuck in their job, or maybe they just recently got laid off from their job and they feel like there are no doors open.
Yes.
They're not going to join the military right now because you can't even leave the country. So I don't even know if the military is recruiting, because where are they sending you?
Always.
She said, they always are. I'm prior Navy. I'm going to forgive you about the Army, but I'm prior Navy. We'll have that conversation later. We're a Navy house.
Yes, for sure. Okay.
But what would you tell someone who's sitting here watching right now, and you may just be the light they need to realize there are doors and windows still open?
Wow, that is a great statement. And I'm so glad you brought that up. And what I would say to that person that is watching me right now that thinks that there's no doors, there's nothing you can do, you got laid off, COVID did this, COVID did that. But I want to share with you that although, and I hear it all the time, but Dr. Son, you have a PhD. That PhD didn't help me get here. And it was more of, I thought it was going to help me make millions. I really did. If I go to school, get another degree, I'll be able to do this after going through all of that. And I quickly realized that that wasn't it, that I had something, and all of us have something. So I'm saying to that person that is listening, there's something on the inside of you that you've overlooked that you can use. And that's exactly what I did. I just start using the things, or start sharing my life experience and my knowledge, Teresa, with other people and showing them how they get through. At the beginning, it was helping women get through the process of divorce. I made my first million in the area of relationships in a year. And so the person that is listening now, I want to talk to you about something I would say COVID proof. Can I use that word?
Yes. People want to hear it. It made me sit up straight. Go ahead.
COVID proof is just like what you're doing now. There's probably somebody watching you like, how can I do what Teresa? She's amazing. How can I do what she does? And so Teresa would just sit and it's like, hey, this is what I had to go through. And you would help someone else go skip through the red tape and don't step there. Don't step there, Karen. Don't step there, Michael. You would tell them how to go through the process because you yourself went through it. That's the only thing that I started doing. And so one day, some woman, Teresa said, I was at a speaking event and I was talking about my book, The Divorce That Saved My Life. I'm traveling the world speaking about relationships. And a smart woman one day tapped me on my shoulder. She said, my marriage is great. I want you to show me to do what you do. I'm like, what am I doing? She said, I want you to show me how do you build your coaching business. And so I spent the last 4 or 5 years doing something that I was just doing to help others. Didn't even think that this was a multi-million-dollar business. And I know sometimes people get bothered when I say that, but there's something in your hands that you can do that you know more about, that you brush it off like, oh, it's no big deal. But people ask you questions all the time. And so the biggest thing I would tell someone that is listening, don't overlook the things that you know. This is not about going to get another degree. This is not about the lack of a degree that you have. This is about the life experience and the knowledge that you have to be able to do what you need to do to change a legacy and to help others get to their next level.
Let's shift gears. As my business partner would say, turn signal on, we're changing lanes.
Okay.
Let's talk about people that know they have greatness within them. They've heard it over and over again. They feel it since the moment they were born, but they've had issues happen to them. Maybe they were a combat veteran and there's issues that happen over there that they may not be sleeping so well at night right now, or they've had children young, or they dropped out of school, and they're going, I can't share my story, Dr. Sonia. I'm ashamed of my story. I don't want people to know that I have PTSD. I don't want people to know that I had a child when I was a teenager. What would you tell them?
The biggest thing I would share with them in order for you to do this, and I'll be very transparent myself because I share a lot of my life journey with people. And I too started that same way. I don't want people to know. They're going to judge me. What if they do this? What about my ex? What about my family? And I would say to you right now, it is really time for you to be your true authentic self. And what does that look like? It looks like you. What is your truth? There's so many people that are out there, I would say, perpetrating a fraud, trying to be someone that they're not. How about you be different from them? How about you share your truth? And the clients that I even work with right now, Teresa, they're like, but Dr. Sonia, same question. I don't want to share everything. Well, don't. Do the high level. How did I just share with you the high level? I hit 4 points of the things that happened to me. Oh, trust me, there's more. I wasn't graphic. I didn't hurt anyone. That was just my truth. And so what I would share with them is honestly start thinking about what is it that you need to release that is going to help you be a better person. And honestly, the journey is about who do you become along the way. And I truly believe that that journey begins when you start getting to a place where you can share who you are at a high level, not high level, but not all the details. It starts there.
People are watching and they're going, well, of course, Dr. Sonia can say that. She's been through it. You know, she's had it. She's done it. But we all get up every day and we have to get this day started. And I know for a fact, I can say it. I have fears. You know, I might turn on this camera or produce a show or publish a magazine or whatever it is that, you know, my business partners don't grab me by the ponytail and say, what? We're doing what? You know, but I still have fears. Do you still have fears? And how do you address those fears?
Absolutely. I'm still human. Absolutely, I have fears. But what I've learned how to do over the years is turn the fear, not, you know, what most people, I would say 90%, 98% of the population use their fears when they come, they're stagnant. They stop. They don't move. It's just like a brick wall. But the other 2%, and I just wanted to be like the top 2%, because the air is thin. And you know that for sure, Teresa. The air is thin where you are. Because there's not a lot of people that are going to make those sacrifices that you made to get here. If we pull back the layer and found out what you had to do to get to where you are, you had all these fears, but you still made it. Like, what? We still have those fears, but it's all about, do I use those fears to catapult me to the next level, or do I stop? I would say, let it take you to the next level. That's what I do. I have them every single day, but I don't let it stop me. I let it push me to the next level.
Now, you're a person, doctor, that has stood on stages. You've written books. You've won awards. You've got a very successful business, and you have passions.
Yes.
Are you living your passion every day?
Every day. When I tell you that I can remember one day speaking and I said, I will be on television. Now, did I believe it in my heart of hearts? I did. But I went straight to the mothership. I went straight to Bravo Television. I was on social media. I did it there. And someone called one day. It's like, hey, would you like to have your own show on Bravo? Was I nervous about that? Yes. So my passions are truly, it's all about manifesting what you are. I'm no different than anybody else out there. No different. I am actually you. I'm just maybe you a couple of years, a couple of steps ahead. And I decided not to stop. I decided, you know, just let's do this. Divorce, all these things people say, you still have haters, but you just get to a place where you're like, you know, if I want this, go get it. It's out there. It is not holding, and it's not about race, it's not about gender, it's not about all of those things. It is simply, if you want it, go get it. And don't let anything or anybody stop you from really getting to that place. So yes, the passion, watching things manifest before, I almost, every time I think about that, Teresa, I want to cry, because I remember being broke, busted, and disgusted. I remember saying I didn't want to be another broke Christian. That was just my thought. And this is not against anybody. I didn't want to do that because I watched things happen. I was like, okay, I want to be different. How can I be different? Well, not knowing, be careful what you ask for. Okay?
Yeah, definitely.
And things began to happen. And I said, okay, I want this, I want that. And I truly believe whatever I say, I shall have, because of who I belong to and who I am and what I've been called to do.
You know, my mother always told me that practice don't make perfect, child. Practice makes you better. You know? So if people really believe the higher you rise on the ladder, the closer you get to perfection. So would you consider your life perfect right now?
Absolutely. I'm not even gonna can I interrupt before you finish? Absolutely not. I still have life still happens. I have grown children. They still do stuff. There's still things that are needed to be done. And I will be honest. I thought, oh, the more I climb this ladder, the more I get closer to success, the more I achieve my goals, life is just going to be perfect. No, but one thing that has happened, I have freedom. I will exchange freedom for perfection any day because I just get to be me. There's no pretending, oh, our life is just great. Life really is great. It's not perfect, but it is happening in a way that I really, really wanted it to happen. Could there be some better days? Absolutely. But I just decided it's better above ground than below, number one. And number two is you get to decide what type of life you have. That in itself, when you get to decide and nobody else gets to decide, not not president, not a pandemic, when you get to decide the life you have, that's called freedom. Forget the perfection. Give me freedom and give me wisdom.
You've mastered, teaching one to many. But there's that one out there that says, I got to sit with her. I want her to be my coach. I have to, learn everything about her, but I want to be in that room. Is that possible?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But you know what? I'll be honest, Teresa, as I begin to grow, what I love about what I do in my business is I get to pick and choose who I work with. And my goal, and I remember hearing it as I was building this, because it wasn't the easiest thing, but it was the most rewarding. And I said, Lord, I just want to be able, one, to go to work at 12 and get off at 1. That was my goal. 1 hour.
Okay. I'm with that.
For sure. But it was like, the other goal was I want to be able to work with women that I've been called to serve, right? Not the ones that are pretending, not the ones, oh, I really want to, I want to try it. This is not a try type of world. This is what I want to do. I want to be decisive. I'm decisive and I'm committed. I'm coachable and I'm resourceful. Those are the women that I select, that it's hands down. Anything other than that, no ma'am, no ham, no turkey. I want to work with those who are really, because we have a calling in our life. And when we want to do something, we let nothing stop us. So yes, I've worked with some of the most amazing women globally. I've spent time in Australia, New Zealand, in Canada, and London, and places. But so great about what I call the kitchen table CEO, you get to do it from the comforts of your home. And so there's no, oh, I got to go here. No, I don't. Business tripled during the pandemic. And I was at home more than I've ever been in my life. And so again, it's just, I get to work with who I get to pick and choose, whether you want to be a Toyota or a Bentley. I chose being a Bentley, not because it's high end, but because those who seek out a Bentley want that vehicle, not because they just have to have it or if they need it, they just want it.
I love it. I love it. This is our first meeting. This is the first chance I've had to speak with you. I wish we had more time. I would love for you to come back and be on Expert Talk and do a full session if you wouldn't mind doing that. Would you please share how they get in touch with you, where they find your books, where they find your programs, anything you want to share?
Yeah, very briefly, I have a new book coming out, and if I may, it's called No More Damn Excuses, right? It is for women entrepreneurs and business owners, not making any excuses. So I walk them through the process of really getting to that 6 and 7 figure level of success. They can go and follow me on all social media platforms at I am Dr. Sonia, and I spell my name with a J. There's also a free gift out there. You can go drsoniafreegift.com, and it's the 21 highly effective habits of women winning in life and in business. And the books, of course, are out on Amazon. So just follow me on all social media platforms. And if you really want to have that conversation, go get the free gift. As I tell folks, stalk and chicken hawk me. And then one day I guarantee you and I will come face to face at the door, making the crossroads of I want this or Dr. Sonia, I don't. And I thank you so much, Teresa, for allowing me to be here to serve your people. And I wish you the very best in everything that you do.
I thank you so much. And remember this face because I'm about to be that stalking hawk. And as soon as this is over, I'm sending you a message going, when can you be on? It's going to be awesome. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for stopping by. And I hope you have a great rest of your day and a great rest of the week. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow. I mean, I contacted her through a friend, and I could not believe the story she had to tell. And I said, I have got to share this story. And she managed to fit it in her schedule. We will get Dr. Sonia back on the show and do a full segment. And maybe we can get her to do a few other things with us too. So coming up next, we got Sylvia. And Sylvia and I are in the same group together with 2 Comma. And she said, yeah, I want to be on. I want to do the stream. So I said, come on, girl, let's go. Sylvia, Hey, what's happening?
Hello. Thank you so much for having me. I was in the backstage, listening all those awesome speakers in 15 minutes. They gave so much value. I can't wait to see your summit.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, our summit is, some of these speakers that you've seen today, they actually gave us an hour in the summit. So it's going to be crazy what we do over there. So let's talk about what you do. Let's talk about your journey. But first and foremost, let's talk about where you are in the world, because you're not down the street.
Okay. I'm actually from the future. If all those coaches say that about me, I'm in Indonesia.
Wow. What's the weather like in Indonesia?
It's summer every day.
That's one place I've never been, and I would love to go. So
You should
I
come.
definitely, as soon as they lift the gates, I'm getting out of here, boy. We got to travel. That's for sure.
Yes,
I
you
am
have me.
definitely
You
coming.
have to come.
It would be awesome. Now you are one of the 1%ers. You're 1% crazy like I
Yes,
am.
yes.
We met in 2 Comma. And for everybody, you've listened to me talk about 2 Comma. It's all about ClickFunnels. You can check that out. And then you kind of grow into this program of 2 Comma, which teaches you how to build your business to 2 commas. That's why
Yes.
they call it 2 Comma. Let's talk about your business. What do you do?
Okay, so basically I'm an integrative health coach, and we are doing the healthy food and beverage here in Indonesia. Yeah, we are teaching
Meaning?
people how to, overcome their problems with the gut health.
So how do you do that? Because you sent me a great story that had
Yes.
a punch to it. Let's talk about that story. Let's share that first. Tell me about the story you sent me.
Okay, it was like 5 years ago. My husband Silver and we started our business from our kitchen with a huge mission to help people with their gut health and related problems. And 9 out of 10 people, they said that we were too idealist and it wouldn't work. But we were focusing on that one person that gave us her feedback that our products have helped her daughter to overcome her digestion related trauma. And then I remember that the same year, that first year, we thought that it was a great idea to offer our products as a raw material in the bakery industry. And we were so excited when the owner of a well-known bakery shop in town agreed to meet us. And I remember carrying my baby on one hand and holding my 3-year-old son with the other hand, while my husband had a box like with the product samples. But when we arrived there, the staff told us that the boss wasn't there and asked us to leave the sample. So then we left. 5 minutes after, my cell phone was ringing, and they asked us to come back. And the boss wanted to meet us. So we were so excited, and then we went back, and we met her, and then she tried our products, and she was very nice to us and promised to order a lot and asked the recipe on how to apply our products. And 1 week passed, no phone call as she promised. We waited another week, still no call. And I had the guts to call her back and ask her opinion. When will she start ordering? And then she answered the call very rudely. Yes, she said that she would not use our products. And she said that she gave it to try to all of her friends and family, but nobody liked it. And before she hung the phone, this is the good one. She said, there's no way you can do this business, but you can try it. I bet you, even you put your products on the street for free, nobody will take it.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and my heart was pumping so fast. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what I heard from the same nice lady that we met the other day. And I called my husband. I said, Silver, there is no other option. We have to be successful. Let's make our new products out of this. So yeah, that was the story. And then now next month is our 5th anniversary. And we
Wow.
still have a lot of ups and downs, of course. And this year during COVID, when the business went down, we managed to break the deal and start to export for the first time.
So you're exporting. Are you
Yes.
exporting around the world? Where are you exporting to?
Right now, still to Singapore. We are still doing some other deals to another countries, but we will manage.
So we're in America, as you know, and they're going, but we want to know what it is and how do you use it? So what is the product exactly, and how would somebody use it once you're in America? Because we're going to help you do that. You got to figure out how to get you here. You know, we are 1% crazy, so we'll figure it out. So
Yes.
how do you use your product, and what exactly is it?
Our products, we actually have our first product was like kefir, but we said European way. We said kefir. It's healthier alternative to yogurt.
Okay.
Yeah, and then because our mission is to break the curse triangle, which is like, you work hard and then eat average and then spend everything on the medical bills. So every products that we have, every raw materials, we will always think about what it will bring to our health, like what is the benefits. So with our kefir, we didn't put any preservatives, no food color, no flavoring, no sugar, like, so it will not smell like smell really nice and just like other products, but it will give like a lot of like good benefit for your gut. And we believe that our gut is our second brand. It's everything starts from there.
You know, people talk about gut health here in America. So is gut health something really important in your country as well?
Yes, it is very, very important because a lot of diseases from here, it's like especially diabetes. I think it's common and national disease, and I think like more and more younger generation, they got diabetes nowadays, and it's too much, and we have to do something. And then I hope through Mother Nature we can help more and more people.
How do you know if you have like a gut issue? You know, you just go to the doctor and they do certain tests, or is it a way that you feel? How do you know? Because usually people just say, well, I'm tired, or I ate something and it just didn't agree with me. And then they find out years later that it was something going on. They had leaky gut or something was happening. How do you know when it's time to say, maybe I'm not just tired, maybe I need to talk to somebody?
Mostly everybody will ignore the symptoms. Some even live like for the rest of their life with the symptoms. They have no idea about it. And even the doctor, they will not tell you if you have even leaky guts. When it's already become a disease, then they will give you the medicine. That's why it's very important to understand like what will you eat, and then like the exercise that you do, and then the connection between you and your food, and it's all everything like together. It's health is not only about eating bunch of kale and broccoli. It's basically it's everything. So you have to be mindful about everything about your life, because it's a long time. It's basically lifetime well-being.
How important is exercise? I mean, if they buy your products, and when you get it to America and they buy your products and they go, okay, they're going to buy it. They're going to make the recipes. They're going to feel better. They're going to be moving. But do they need to exercise? I mean, they're already doing that. Can they just sit down and watch TV all day?
Well, a lot of people, they said once you have good food, you don't have to do exercise. Or the other person that I actually heard about it, like myself, the coach, like really professional, he did the fitness thingy, and then he told us like, never mind with the nutrition. As long as people already do the exercise, they don't have to eat nicely. It's the both. You have to do everything. You have to exercise even a little bit. You don't have to go to the gym and then do some heavy lifting if you don't feel like that. You don't even have to do yoga, for example, that which is I love. if you don't feel like you are doing yoga, basically you just like, walk around your house and then do some simple, just move your body. That's already exercise.
You have a summit coming up, correct? Because we're in this
Yes.
program together. What's your summit about?
It's win before it's over. I collected all those awesome speakers to tell, basically to tell their stories also, just like this, to make people believe that they can win everything that they want in their life before it's too late.
And when is your summit? Have you set a date?
I set the date for November 27. But let's see. You know this.
Yeah, because we switched our dates because we had so many, people that were already doing a summit that I'm actually in a couple of them during the time that my summit was supposed to be up, and I didn't want to compete with them. I didn't want to be competing with myself, for that matter. So we pushed our summit a couple of weeks later to give everybody an opportunity. And that way we can help share their information and their message. We'll definitely share yours and let people know what's going on. Yeah, it's going to be great. And I want to thank you. It was a week ago tomorrow that I met you in class because we just started a new phase of class. And I mentioned that, hey, if you want to come and be on the stream, come on in. And you actually contacted me. And I'm like, yeah, come on, let's go. So I want to thank you for coming on. I want to have you come back because especially with your summit, I think it's a very important subject that doesn't get enough, exposure, and people need to know because kids are getting sick now. Kids are, having heart problems and diabetes and all of this stuff. And a lot of the problem is they're sitting still and they're eating junk food. And I think we need to have more people like you that are showing a better way for things to be done. So I thank you so much. Tell us again how we get in touch with you.
Okay, basically now I don't have my book yet, just like another speakers. And right now I'm still just writing my blogs. It's like through the Medium platform. It's the same like my name, Sylvia_Astuti Gunawan. And I have the same address also for my Instagram and Facebook. And yeah, I hope I'll have something more coming to share.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for being on. Thank you for waiting patiently because we got a little bit off schedule, but I appreciate you. And I'm so glad you're one of the 1% crazies. Thanks for hanging out.
You too. Thank you. Good luck, Tigo. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Sylvia is truly been a cheerleader for us. She even helped us promote so that we could reach people in her country and tell them about this stream today. So I really want to thank her for just, making that reach. It's all about that. When you're a small business, in this case, when you're a large business, I mean, let's talk about it. With COVID going on, everybody needs a little helping hand. All right. So when you're a small business or a large business, us working together, that's how it works. And if we've got internet, if we've got Facebook that can do video like this for, live around the world, you got Instagram, you've got LinkedIn and YouTube. There's so many ways for us to share each other's messages. And that's what Expert Talk was built for. We wanted to build a platform where we could let people that are experts in their field. And don't get me wrong. Okay, we had some great experts on. We have one more coming up, and that's Crystal. We had some great experts on the show today. Fantastic. That just, put up with Tigo's craziness and jumped on board and didn't even know what this was going to be like. They just said, yeah, okay, we're coming. And they shared. But when I'm talking about experts, I'm talking about everybody who's at the top of their game. Okay, like Dr. Sonia, like, Mr. Golden. I'm talking about everybody who has been in their business for 10 years, 5 years, and you could be an employee. You've got knowledge that people want. This is the only time in history that something has outvalued oil and outvalued physical money, and that's knowledge. Information is more valuable than oil, and we've had wars over oil. And I fought, my neighbors over $1 when I was a kid. So money is super important. And nothing, nothing. It costs us nothing but our time, our effort, to just kind of share today and share our message. So I hope that if you're out there, I hope that you're sitting there going, hey, I've been a painter for 10 years. Teach people how to paint. I'm sure my business partners are laughing at me right now because I use, Bob the painter all the time as an example for every project that I pitch to them. I go, well, if, Bob the painter was around, they go, oh boy, here we go. We're talking about Bob the painter. But that's a great example. It's a skill that you have to learn. I have never seen house painting in a course in high school or college. I've never heard of a PhD in house painting or even an associate's degree in house painting. And this is what, is going on. So if you have knowledge, which I know you do, get out of your comfort zone, start talking about it. As, hashtag do what Russell says, publish, 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 do your marathon. I thought I was crazy and was never going to make it to this moment right now. And we are 10 minutes out, and I'm going to get Ann or Alan to come in here pretty soon because it looks like Crystal may have had a conflict in schedule, so we can wrap this thing up. If you have knowledge, if you've been doing your business for 5 years or more, there's somebody that's been doing their business or their skill for 3 years, and they just want to know how to get to where you are a little bit faster. And if you want me to be a guest on your show, or if you want me to be a guest on your podcast, I'd love to do that. Reach out to us, talk to us, go to Expert Talk with Tigo. There's a button there that'll tell you how you can be on. Let me put that up real quick instead of you going, what did she just say? I'm going to show you. So go to Expert Talk with Tigo and just, hit the button. Say, hey, I want to be a guest on your show. Hit the button and say, hey, I want you to be a guest on my show. And I would be more than happy to have you on. Say, hey, I want to be on the next marathon. Because although I'm sitting here going, I'm not doing this again, something tells me my business partners may think it's a good idea to do this again. Let's find out what they got to say. Hey, Ann.
Hey there, T.
Hey, Alan. So what do you guys think? We went through, 11 hours, but we were on air for 8 of those hours. What do you think? Are we doing this thing again?
Oh, I think it's a must. We might structure it slightly different. It may not be an 8-hour marathon, but we may key it in to where it's maybe a little more focused. Maybe we pick a topic and speakers around the topic. And so we can focus, and those people that are interested in that topic, then maybe we just drive a lot more information home on that topic. But I would foresee that we'd do another marathon, shorter maybe, and more focused.
And you, sir?
I also agree with that point. Maybe we have a certain topic that we bring the experts in and we just blast them for an hour. I mean, maybe not 8 hours, but we just hit them up, every 10 minutes and say, let's do it. I mean, I think besides some of the internet connections, which you're going to have with Zoom and other things, I think it was a great day. I watched pretty much every interview. If I wasn't watching, I had it on my earbuds and I was listening, and there was a lot of information that I think that people gained today. And I believe if they were on the fence about attending the summit, I think if they wanted to know any of these people, they're going to attend the summit just because of the fact that we had this today.
I think so too. I think that, a lot of people are finding out that we're even doing the summit right now because we weren't really telling anyone. This was our way to even let the word out there, and that we're going to be doing this and we're doing streaming. We may not do a marathon every week, but we will be streaming all the time because we are getting more requests to be a guest on the show. And we only have, every Saturday. For our network friends, they only have us on Saturdays. Hopefully one day we'll expand to other days. And, we have Amazon Prime and we don't have a restriction on, how many times we can air on Amazon Prime. So we do a podcast streaming like we're doing right now, maybe with a single guest, and we get a 20 or 25-minute interview with them and we share it on our networks. We're building a network right now for Expert Talk that'll be on, Roku, Amazon Fire, and eventually Apple TV. And we also have Pod Nation, which quite a few of the people you guys saw today are going to have their shows on Pod Nation TV on Roku and Amazon Fire. So we can share. We have our own platforms that we can share from that reaches worldwide. As we've seen, we've had people reach out to us and say, hey, I got a customer from Russia because I was on the show. That is humongous. I can't imagine not doing that. And, but one guest at a time, and maybe we do this, once a month, and we do 4 hours. And we could do like a 4-hour morning show. We can do a 4-hour evening show. But the next time I tell y'all I want to do 8 hours and do it all day, smack me in the back of the head.
I think you enjoyed it more than you're letting on. I think you really enjoy talking to these people, and
I love talking. Period.
I think you're just playing coy.
No, I had a blast. I'm not going to kid around. I had an absolute blast doing this. And I was like, okay, let's figure out what it's going to be. Let's figure out what we're going to do, and let's just move forward. And this has been great, even with the technical difficulties, even with, I've got my father. I know he's somewhere laughing at me right now because when he had his last answering machine, yes, there used to be answering machines for everybody that's out there under 30. Stop it. When he had his last answering machine, the answering machine message was, I don't know how this dang thing works. I don't know what to do with this. Where it's supposed to be. Now they say you're supposed to use this. Beep. And that was his message for like 2 or 3 years. And he didn't even know that was his message. He said, people call, they're always laughing, blah, blah, blah. And I played that message for him. And he said, how dare you? And Ann and I had that moment this morning when we started out where we're looking at each other going, what does this mean? What does that mean? How are we going to do this? Hey, Crystal just showed up. Yay! Nice. We got Crystal. So I'm going to let you guys go, and I'm going to go and talk to Crystal for a minute. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.
Hello.
Crystal! How are you?
Good. How are you doing? So good to see you today.
Good. It's so great to see you. I know you have a busy life. And I said, oh, she's not here. She must have gotten busy, and I'll get her to come on to the show, or we'll do something later. But you're here. Yay.
Yeah, I was waiting in the waiting room. So technology sometimes, eh?
Really? Because it didn't show me that you were here.
Okay.
You were not even on the board. So that's interesting. See, technical difficulties. So let's talk about your summit. Let's talk about what you're doing. So you have a summit coming up. What's your summit title and what are you doing?
Yeah, so it's all about building network marketing online. The title actually is all about that the world has changed, because really it has, right? We can't do home parties and hotel meetings. And if network marketers, if they lost their downline, how do they rebuild? And really it's the same principle for any business. But it's taking those tactics and putting it all together and building online. And so it's really exciting.
So you're part of Tukama, and you're part of the 1% Crazies, and you're also in the group with me. And, you know, with the knowledge that Russell is so graciously, you know, sharing with us, you could go in any direction you choose. What made you choose network marketing?
Well, I've been dabbling with like I've been in really network marketing for a while, and it's just so often we're not taught all of the tactics to go online, right? It's like, oh well, have this home party and you know, and it's not the way I want to build online, and so I've been actually building for a while online, and like how do you do it the right way? And it's really I think everybody starts out with the sending everybody messages, you know, all their friends and family, because that's kind of what we think that we're supposed to do. And it's just how to bring a lot of value to the marketplace so that people are like, hey, can I join your team? And that we don't have to chase friends and family anymore. We don't have to chase prospects. They end up coming to us. So
That's amazing. Now, you know, there are so many network marketing platforms out there. You know, they have products, they have services, they have internet-based businesses. Say that 3 times fast. You know, how do you choose? If somebody's sitting at home going, yeah, I want to do network marketing, how do you choose what product or service to do?
I think a lot of the products are really good products. And one of the things I really love about network marketing is that the products and that is all done for you, that you don't have to do all the fulfillment side of things, that you just have to market something that you believe in. And so like switching companies isn't necessarily the way to go, right? It's you know, something, and most everything can be marketable if you believe in it, right? And so there's lots of companies out there. Just choose one and start getting online, and that's what this is all about.
You know, so people get online. Most of us are already online. You know, when we wake up in the morning, you know, we've got messages because, you know, especially now, we're all over the world. So, you know, it's morning here, it's evening somewhere else, it's 3 hours earlier or 3 hours later. So we're all messaging back and forth, but they're not stepping out front. You know what I'm saying? They're not being out there and sharing their message. How do you get, because if you're not in business, and we've already talked about it today, you know, business owners are scared to be on camera and be out front. How do you get past the fear if you are a stay-at-home mom and you're just trying to make some extra money to just put up a page or reach out to a group and start sharing your message?
Well, that's really interesting that you said that, because I am incredibly an introvert. I was terrified to go online, but I wasn't going to, you know, like I tried to do the home parties and hotel meetings, and I was like, okay, you know what? I don't want to do my evenings and take my evenings away from my family, because the reason why I'm building is online is because like I do have 5 kids. I have lots going on all the time. And so I started with absolutely no confidence. And I remember the very first Facebook Live that I did, it was 45 seconds and I had no clue what to say. And I lost all my words, and I was like, you know what, you just got to start and be scared, but do it anyway. And as you learn, you teach others, and you know, so some people it comes a lot more naturally than me, because I think I was like completely the opposite end of the spectrum. I remember as a kid not going to the store, not being able to choose what gum that I wanted, you know, like it was just that lack of self-confidence, right? And when you get good at something, the confidence comes, but it's learning that process and getting, you know, each time you do it, you get better.
We've talked today a few times with a few of the experts before you coming on, Miss Expert. We've talked about balancing your day. I mean, you are a mom of 5. And I have seen you literally be in the class, because the class starts right when you had to take kids to school. You got things going on, and you're driving, you know, with the camera in the cup holder or something, or somebody, your husband's driving you or something like that. How do you balance your time between family and building your business?
Well, I think the biggest thing is you've got to recognize and figure out what's that one domino that if you push over, it's going to knock over everything else. Because like if you try to, and I actually started this way, that I kept trying to do all these things, but I realized all these things that I was building and doing, and I thought that I was doing something that was actually making a difference, but it was all the little things that really didn't amount to anything. It was the non-income producing, and I just, it made me feel good that I was getting something accomplished, but it wasn't the things, the big dominoes that if you solve that one problem, it's going to solve everything else. And so you've got to pick, like, what is the biggest thing that's going to make me the most money today? And that's what I focus on. And I'm like, okay, I've got 15 minutes. I've got 15 minutes here. And sometimes you got to hustle for a little while to, and especially when you're starting out and you have a job and you have kids and you have a family life, you got to, hustle for a little while until you see a little bit of success that you can kind of take your foot off the gas pedal. But
so who's in your summit? Let's talk about have you set your date for your summit and who's in it?
Oh, okay. So the date of my summit is November 11th. So it's a rather odd time for a summit, but I'm doing a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, because there's a lot of summits coming up. And so I'm going to offset them a little bit and kind of make it work with my schedule. But actually, Tigo is the very first speaker in the summit. And so she's actually talking about the 7 things that, or 7 reasons why you need to go online. And so I'm so excited to have Tigo on. And we have a lot of amazing 7-figure, 8-figure people coming in and talking, and people that are just starting out, and people talking about, first it's talking about, okay, well, how do you set up the foundation, right? Like how do you set up, because it is a business, and if you don't treat it like a business, it's not going to go anywhere, because we're taught how to, we're not taught how to market. Like we're taught how to kind of sell to people that you already know, but we're not taught how to market. And so the first part is really, setting up your branding, setting up like, who are you, and what do you have to, what kind of foundation do you need to set up? And then we talk about each different platform, and then we talk about, some of my favorites is automation, because I try to automate as much as I can, because that's what gets me my time back. Otherwise, I forget.
All right. So let's give them your web address for your summit and the dates again.
Okay. So it's downlineacceleration.net/summit. And that's on November 11th to November 17th or 13th. So it's a 3-day summit.
Crystal, you are awesome. I will see you in class. Oh, in the morning. Good grief. I will see you in class in the morning. No, wait. Today's Monday. We're on Thursday.
It'll be on Thursday.
Woo, yay. Okay, I got it 3 days, because I know Kevin's going, wait a minute, we're not in class in the morning. I want to thank you so much for coming in. I'm sorry about the technical difficulties, but I'm glad you made it in. I'm like, where's my Crystal? I'm so glad you're here. And thank you so much for sharing your story and sharing your summit stage with me. I had a blast being on your summit, and I can't wait to help you promote it.
Well, thank you so much, Tigo, for putting this all on. It has been an absolute blast, getting to know you, and your butt must be killing you right now, because you've been in that chair for a very long time.
I got a good chair. Now, mind you, standing up, I may fall down, but right now I got a good chair. I'm okay. I thank you so much, and have a great evening.
Thank you. You too.
Hey, I'm going to get out of here. I was supposed to be out of here a few minutes ago, but I wasn't going to not talk with Crystal. I mean, come on. She was coming in, and I had to, just say goodbye to you guys and share with you. I want to thank somebody special, and that's Lillian McMorris. She's our local Oprah here, but she's also my mentor when it comes to sitting on this side of the camera. She always told me that I could do it. And she taught me that, doing an interview is a conversation, and use your brain to stay in the conversation and figure out where you're going to navigate the course. And without her teaching me that, there's no way I could have pulled off the show, pulled off the summit, or been able to do what we did today, which is a marathon. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you have a great evening. We'll keep you posted. Please follow us on, Expert Talk with Tigo. I'll throw it up there one more time. Please follow us on Expert Talk with Tigo, or, hit us up on Instagram. We would appreciate it. I know I would. And the show airs on Saturday. Go check out the current episode. Myron Golden is Saturday. I'm Tigo, and I'll talk to you next time.